I have written my autobiography a dozen times over the last 24 years. Um, for one thing, I have so much extensive memory loss that I keep forgetting things, and it slowly comes back to me. And then I forget what I remembered. And I'm very ill, 78, and I've called it many things. Silent genocide, okra diet for disease control, rights for all. But what I have is Parkinsonism, and COVID-19, which is what's happening currently, will kill me. But I've known that for 2 years. And I'm just never satisfied. I have a friend who pointed out to me, which I didn't know in all these years, that she reads lips. So if she can't see my lips, she cannot follow my biography on YouTube. And Facebook, everything that I have there, the day I die will completely disappear as if I never existed. So one more time, I'm trying again. The sun set like dripping blood, or was it my blood I saw gushing down my legs? Staring down at the ocean-like icy water below, I looked forward to dying. I could not bear another minute of living my agonizing, tortured life. Suddenly, a great gust of wind fell out of the sky just as I tried to throw myself off that cliff into the freezing water below. I loved the wind. I always called wind God's loving caresses. I stood there a moment, enraptured by the feeling of the wind whipping through my long, tangled, extremely long, dark hair, almost black. My white nightgown flowing in the breeze, exposing my long, slender limbs. Abandoned by everyone I had ever loved, but for just that moment, a feeling of being loved swept over me as God's loving caresses tenderly touched my tear-streamed cheeks. Then all at once the sky opened up as I stared in disbelief, watching a ball of light from the universe flying towards me, out of the blood-red sky, heading straight down to me at that cliff's edge. I froze, unable to move. The ball of light picked me up very gently, wrapped me in a pink cloud. It felt warm, as if wrapping me in a blanket, carried me to the car. The back door opened, and this ball of pink lay me down in the back seat. Then gently put me to sleep. This is very difficult. I'm really struggling to get to page 3. Gently put me to sleep. Having experienced such an extraordinary divine intervention, you would think I would have decided not to kill myself. But no, it meant nothing to me at all. I was that demented. When I woke the next morning, crippled in agony, I shuffled to the cliff's edge, still suicidal and determined to drive off that cliff into the water below and kill myself. Just then, I hear children giggling down below. I sat there watching them playing in the water and sand for a very long time. Finally, as I saw them playing, I understood why God would not let me die. I knew what I must do. I must live for the children who will be born to suffer as I have done. That was Toronto, Ontario, at Scarborough Bluffs, March 1984, when I last tried to kill myself. Having lost my home, career in real estate investments, unable to function, no memory, unable to read or write beyond the level of a 5-year-old child. My doctors of 23 years refused my disability pension with Royal Trust, and I was left to die on the streets with less rights than a stray dog. They murdered my brother. His voice was soft, low, and sad. The pain of saying it so difficult, he almost choked on the words. I screeched, and my doctor is a serial killer. What gives them that right? He tried to kill me and should be in jail. The policeman in uniform who had driven from Mississauga to Brantford replied, yes, they can be legally trained murderers. I am a policeman, and there is not a damn thing I can do about it. It was early October 1986. These are my flashbacks. The policeman and I met, both having had paranormal visions from the dead that led us to meet in a coffee shop in Brantford, Ontario. Since my life had had many such visions, they are a part of my story. This one with the policeman is the most important, because we had dozens of witnesses, and many of them are still alive today. I had suffered since the age of 6 with sudden paralyzing attacks. My disease was never diagnosed, and eventually my doctors and family friends abandoned me, leaving me to die in the streets of Toronto helpless. When I tried to research why, what toxic chemicals may be the cause of destroying my life, a maniacal doctor tried to murder me. As if I did not suffer enough by not knowing what was in air, food, water, and beverages, which destroyed my life, putting an end to many lucrative, successful careers. Not just the most recent as a real estate consultant to millionaires in Toronto. I was brutally tortured from a sadistic society gone mad with greed. And then, made worse, 1983, I was held hostage and brutally, violently anal raped for 5 months. At age 42, I was struck down with a paralyzing attack, lasting months. My clients tried to rescue me, but to no avail. 1984, January, I was no longer able to work. I woke up in a fog, unable to read with comprehension or write beyond the level of a child. I had entirely lost my memory, even though I could walk, even dance, but I could not climb stairs. I had to crawl on my hands and knees upstairs. I could slide on a flat surface. Paralyzing attacks were not unusual, for I'd had such attacks since I was 6 years old. Except this was the first time I did not recover. Born gifted, I had a brilliant brain, even genius talents, and an astounding memory. I was also a trained model, and did model for fun and friends, having no interest in doing it full time. By March 1984, my brain could not even remember who I was, where I had been, or what happened to me. I tried to relearn, but could not retain memory. I had to pin notes to my clothes so I would know where I was going and why. I could not remember an hour before where I'd been or why I'd even been there. Month-long blackouts. That story remains unpublished to this day. All that stands between me and death is my gas mask, raw okra, garlic pills. I am drug and prescription free since 1984. Today I know who are responsible for my disease and destroying my life. Okay, so you may think I'm just some radical bitch not worth listening to. If you take the time to read my entire story, including the paranormal, which I am forced to include because it is the truth and I have witnesses, the evidence and documents cost me everything I own to obtain, and that is available for free in places where those greedy Canadian bastards cannot touch it. It is with Google and YouTube. The websites by now will be gone. And in the US, Europe, and Israel, I have mailed everything out. What follows is an autobiography. March 1984. Suddenly, crippled in excruciating pain, unable to walk, I also lost all memory, unable to read or write. I was 70 before I discovered my disease was a direct result of not having the right to know what toxic chemicals were poisoning me in our air, food, and environment. Unable to control my allergies because medical science covers up the truth. It took me 22 years, suffering brutal torture needlessly, as I worked in agony to relearn the meaning of words, how to make a sentence. No easy task when you are allergic to the planet, chemically hypersensitive, and have no legal recognition that you have a right to exist. Every day you step outside, you risk dying from toxic shock syndrome. How does one become a victim? Why and what is not so easy to explain. There is an agency or someone like the demigods who tried to kill me in almost every country, on the take to industry, drug fascist pigs, or there would be almost no disease as a direct result of toxic chemicals in our air, food, water, and beverages. This is my story, but millions all over the world are already suffering as I did, helpless with no real diagnosis or no medical help whatsoever. Yes, this is my story, and one day it will be yours and your child. That was me. I was about a year old. I was born in 1941. In 2019, I put all 39 chapters on restricted videos and language that is raw, not for children. Here I am trying to make it family friendly. Upload it onto YouTube restricted channels so the truth will be told even if it takes 200 years from now. But what I cannot upload is the evidence, which is what I'm trying to do now. My story remains unpublished because there's no interest in the truth. At least not now. Having been exposed to AA, adult children of alcoholics, it was my dream to bring all victims of toxic chemicals, being systemically poisoned as I was, denied by doctors any sane medical detoxification treatment. And of course, all addicts should be decriminalized. It is a health issue. They are poisoned. But we have no medical diagnosis, and we are denied the right to exist. It was my dream to create a worldwide not-for-profit group like ACA, Adult Children of Alcoholics, to share with each other whatever knowledge we had and help one another. Boycotted by all national media, I never gained public support through social media, and that dream has since been smashed, and the knowledge I discovered remains in the universe as internet dust. This was my mother, Roland LaValle. I was born a happy, healthy baby to grow up in Sudbury, Ontario, Canada's district, a bleak area famous for nickel mining area, under the shadow of industrial pollution. September 1941, Verner, Ontario, on my mother's parents' farm, was my birth. The birth was apparently very difficult. It was unusual for a doctor to be called in. My mother was in labor for too long, so her father took his horse and buggy into Verner, 2 miles east of the farm, to get the local doctor. My grandmother told me the story, saying the doctors could find nothing wrong. And he told my grandparents, this child does not want to be born. Our home was in Sudbury, which is a very dirty industrial mining town with one of the world's largest smelters and super stacks. The air was so contaminated, the landscape surrounding the city was black, bleak, and burned out by sulfuric acid poisoning. In 1969, we were made famous as Nassau did the moonwalk exercises here. That is our one claim to fame. Today the landscape has changed a great deal, but not much has changed in the people. In my early years, I was Daddy's girl. I worshipped him because he would sing to me and play his banjo or guitar for me. Nick Upchan, originally Opchansky, was a talented singer with a beautiful tenor voice, and he could play anything by ear. I especially loved the banjo. He played with me, and together we sang songs while he played the music either on the banjo or guitar. That is my mother and my father and me. His violence first erupted when my mother was 2 months pregnant with me, and in truth I have a vivid memory of being in her womb and something hurting me as she was pushed to the floor. She fled, but tragically came back a few days later and spent the rest of her life lying about the truth, even though her parents suspected and wanted her to leave him with the children and come home onto the farm. My mother refused. She was not refused by her parents. She refused. She lived her life in the twilight zone, pretending that life was great. And manipulating us to do the same. Later, I had a brother. I don't talk about him much. I, for one, never was one to do that. And every time Dad was violent, I would go and knock on every door in the neighborhood and tell everyone what he did. I'd call the priest and report it. I would stand up in class and tell the teacher. I would broadcast it to everyone, everywhere, all over town. He would be so embarrassed that often he controlled himself temporarily, and it forced him to behave better. Or he would do something wonderful to get me to forgive him. Like take us skating on the swamp behind the Oistricks or Marshall's home. He'd tie a long rope to his belt with big knots. The whole neighborhood on our street would hang on, and Dad in rubber boots, us all in skates. He'd run and we'd all squeal with delight as he pulled us around on that swamp. He made us our own personal skating rink in our yard, cleaned it up and spent hours washing it down for the whole neighborhood to skate on. In summer he would take a day off working on the apartment building he built and take us swimming at Moonlight Beach for a picnic or chips at the chip stand. At that time, Moonlight Beach was privately owned by my dearest friend Lillian Marshall's cousin's family. However, he was never ever in full control. One time, eating my potatoes too slow, he flew into a rage. I ran out of the house and he grabbed me by my long hair and dragged me over the cinders in our driveway. Sharp cinders sliced into me as I screamed, fighting back like a wild animal. Ronnie Oistrick's father, hearing my screams, came running out and rescued me. Sent me into their house for Allie, Ron's mom, to clean my wounds, while Mr. Oistrick gave my father a blast of hell. I swore to myself he'd never touch me again, and the next time he tried, I grabbed a butcher knife, screaming at him that if he dared ever touch me again, my brother or my mother, he'd wake up with this in his gut and I'd kill him. He saw that I had no fear, became terrified, saying, "You're damn crazy," and I screamed back, "You goddamn right I am, and don't you forget it. I will kill you while you sleep if you ever touch us again." And the truth is, in front of me, he never did again. Oh yes, he did behind my back, of that I am sure. My mother, being such a coward, would never tell me or anyone the truth anyhow. Violence in the home, raping of children, police apathy, brutality, legal and court corruption so rampant it's considered perfectly normal. At the age of 6, I had been poisoned by sulfuric acid. There was a leak at the smelter, and both my father's mother and I collapsed in the driveway. She never fully recovered either. My condition was made worse from that day on by toxic chemicals, air, food, water, and beverages. Despite the painful agony of daily migraines and sudden crippling attacks, stomach convulsions, making eating very difficult, I loved learning in school. Unlike most children of my generation, I was barred from sports due to the unpredictable crippling attacks, so I spent a great deal of time reading. By age 7, I had completed reading everything in the children's library. I had read every book in our school library and had nothing left to read. I distinctly recall my first book in the adult library was on psychology. I wanted to understand the insanity of the human species, for it had already become very clear to me that for some reason, from the history of our species and what I saw in adult behavior in my community, humans did not make sense to me. For the rest of my public school years, I sang in the choir, danced, entertaining at family functions despite the painful migraines. By age 8 or 9, I discovered if I did not eat, I could function at a much higher level physically. I wanted to become a dancer on Broadway, and frankly, I was that talented. If not for the crippling attacks, I would have. I loved to be active, swimming, and especially enjoyed the cold of winter and snow. Age 12, I lost my singing voice and had to quit. I had difficulty climbing anything. My body felt like 500 pounds of granite rock, racked with pain. Cold and ice made me feel better. In cold air, my breathing and legs were always stronger in snowy winter. Ronnie would skate with me and help me get exercise year-round, walking and climbing hills and swimming with me. He was my protector as a child. From the age of a toddler to 13. Needless to say, it became routine in winter once Mom was asleep for me to put my snowsuit on and slip outside to go and roll in the snow. Despite my father, Nick Upchan's extreme, violent, abusive, sadistic behavior, it was the one thing he did for me as a child. He understood that ice and snow reduced my pain. So when he saw I was not in bed, he would bribe me to come inside by promising to have ice cream with me if I came in. I did my homework inside my closet with a flashlight because light increased the pain. My mother was a psychotic personality who chose to ignore my chronic illness and pain by refusing to allow me to have blinds on my bedroom window. She also tried to force me to eat, which resulted in screaming arguments. Nick, my father, turned into a rage and tried to beat me up or sometimes defend me and beat her up or attack my brother. But after I had taken the knife to him, he stopped, for the most part. But I'm talking about up to that point. My childhood was a nightmare of brutal cruelty, with scattered wonderful memories of being rescued by neighbors who would allow me to sleep over with their children, baking cookies that did not make me sick. Looking back, Mrs. Marshall was old-fashioned and used lard or butter. No newfangled margarine for her. Mrs. Oystrick, Ronnie's mum, was Ukrainian, and her cooking also did not make me sick. I think she used only butter. My French great-grandmother or my French grandmother never made me sick either. They only used lard or butter. I was well only on their farm in Verner, but never in Sudbury, Ontario, where we lived. My mother's cooking especially always made me sick. She worked full-time and had no time to cook the old-fashioned way, which is one reason I was always more sick in Sudbury. Nick, my father, was a junk food addict, and that surely did me a great deal of harm. His mother lived with us, and sometimes her cooking did not make me sick, and yet sometimes it did. And that's my brother. Despite the unhappy violence of my childhood, I also have a few special wonderful memories. Building an igloo in winter, I am the Eskimo princess, Ronnie, my husband's hero, rescuing me from being kidnapped by Frank and Gary. In summer, my father allowed us to build a tent. I am now an Arab princess, Ronnie the Arab prince, while Gary and Frank tried to either kill Ronnie or hold my doll baby for ransom. We stage each game with a full costume, like as if in a staged theatrical production. Cowboys on a ranch in a fall or spring round up the herd or imaginary cattle with our dog. Looking back, I realize now the games I created were very elaborate. And neighbors who came and watched us in our costumes act out each of our roles according to a definite script. I am sad today realizing that I have no photos of any of these games we played for several years, in fact, until Ronnie and I parted going to high school. My mother was only interested in taking photos of us dressed up in our new fashions for Sunday church or while visiting her parents on their farm near Verner. I was raised a Catholic, and that is my first communion. And the next picture is very important. I am 7 in grade 3, 1948. And I made quite a scene that many today alive will remember. A nun gave me the strap for saying Jesus Christ was born Jewish. And I couldn't understand why we were praying for the salvation of the Jews. Not one to back down, I told my father, because being sickly, I was a big reader, had finished everything in the children's library, had by now permission to take books out from the adult library. And my father was not particularly supportive or a good father. But he had his moments, and this was one of them. Because what I said was the truth, he was furious. And he didn't approve of man-made religions, including the Catholics. In fact, my father was a racist and a covert narcissist. But he called on my behalf the bishop in North Bay, Ontario, head of the Catholic Diocese in Northern Ontario, and demanded a public apology or he would sue and do a lawsuit. Truth was, suing in our legal system is impossible, but the bishop got scared, not knowing that. And frightened of a public scandal, he agreed. Our entire Catholic school district, from North Bay to Sudbury and the Sioux, was assembled at our Sudbury Arena. I don't know the date. And the bishop apologized to me and announced that, yes, Jesus Christ had been born Jewish. I became famous for many years after that, and being quite vain, I loved it. That's 1947 on the La Valley, my grandparents' farm. After researching myself, I now know that I was the victim at the age 6 of sulfuric acid fallout from the giant smelter Inco, now Valet, smokestack, an abundance of fast foods, rapeseed oil alias canola oil, chemical additives hidden in Canadian food, not on my grandparents' farm, they did not use pesticides or chemicals of any kind. Today you would call that organic, but they did not intentionally create an organic farm. It is just the way they had been doing things since 1636, 400 years, a method of farming, that each row of plant was different and each bug that was attracted to it was controlled by bugs, worms, and birds attracted to that particular bug. And the snakes also played a role in keeping the plants healthy. I forget what they ate, meaning the bugs, but Grandma taught me to never kill a garter snake because they keep bad bugs from destroying the garden. And to this day, I love to see a garter snake. I think they are beautiful. No wonder I never got sick on the farm. Once back in Sudbury, I was eating food laced with pesticide and God knows what, and the air was toxic for hundreds of miles around. I think the funniest thing I ever did as a child was with my baby doll, the kind that had a hole in the mouth and the bottom, so you fed her water and she peed. I made my by hand sewing, and I made all the doll's clothes, and with the child's sewing machine, all her clothes and dozens of different outfits. I had beautiful curls, born blonde, but by the age of 5, my hair turned a very lovely dark ebony brunette. My baby doll was blonde. I don't know why I got it in my head, but I wanted her to have hair like mine. So I cut off my hair, leaving about 3 inches around my head. I took my father's very strong glue and glued my hair to my doll's head. When Mom came home from work, she had a fit. She took me straight to a hairdresser and they gave me a perm. The permanent ruined my hair. My curls never came back and I cried for days. However, I loved that doll and kept her with me always. When I moved to Toronto and traveled to Vancouver, New York, and back, 2 important things I carried with me even for just a few days in New York in 1968. My baby doll and my white sewing machine. Customs always laughed at my 2 pets. The last time I moved home, my mom found my doll and threw it out. I still have the same sewing machine. Following of my permed hair, the photo following is of my permed hair. I hated it so much I did not talk to my mother for days. And that was me. As long as I was talking, even screaming, you'd know I would soon forgive you. But if I ever stopped talking, that is when you know you are in real trouble. Ronnie used to take me for walks into the hills on St. Lawrence Street, St. Raphael Street, Sudbury, where we grew up in Ontario. And our parents never moved away, so it was always our home. The reason he did not the reason Ronnie took me climbing was to keep my legs strong by climbing hills, as that was always difficult after my first attack at age 6. In summer, he took me through a trail behind a house on Howie Drive that led to Ramsey Lake, and we would jump off rocks to swim in the water. We were both taught to swim as babies and swam like fish. We sometimes got scrapes from climbing back onto the rocks, so Ronnie was very clever at cleaning my cuts and putting honey on them to heal quicker. One day climbing, he told me he'd made a discovery. It was quite a distance from our home in the hills. It was a very long climb for me, so he brought us a bottled water, and I had to take many breaks to stop as my breathing was labored and heart just pounding. Finally, we reached a portion of rock that looked like it had been blasted with dynamite, perhaps by early miners 100 years ago. It was white quartz with flecks of what we thought looked like gold. I began to collect pet rocks ever since and still have a few even now. I would iron my doll's clothes with a little iron that was an exact copy of the iron my grandmother on the La Valley farm in Verner, Ontario, would put on the stove to heat. Ron gave me shells that he got from family friends who vacationed in Florida. A silver spoon my grandmother gave me. These still are my little treasures. And one tiny amethyst, which I don't seem to have here in this picture, was from a girl. Oh yes, there it is, right there. She was a recovering addict, and she said she wanted me to remember that she loved me. And I was always to look at the amethyst to know that somewhere on the planet somebody loved me. Those are my treasures. And they are priceless to me. I began dancing as a baby and danced all my life. As a toddler and throughout my childhood, I was the center of attention, as I could dance to anything, with anyone, anytime, and quite naturally that talented. I wanted to be a dancer on Broadway. We had no TV, so we went to the movies every week, and my favorites were the musicals: Rita Hayworth, Sid Charisse, Carmen Miranda, my two very favorites, or three very favorites. People later in life often said I danced like Rita Hayworth, with the born talent that cannot be taught. My undiagnosed disease, of course, killed that dream along with all other dreams I ever had. I have no pictures of me dancing. That was Mom. She was interested in pictures of her outfits. I am very jealous of families that take pictures of the children playing, showing what their family life was really like. I don't have any such pictures. But I have this one. I think it's a pickerel or it's a bass. My grandmother took this picture. I love fishing, even in winter. I was the only one that my father took ice fishing because I was well behaved and a good fisherman, always on my French-Canadian grandparents' farm in summer. Albert Lavalley and Adrian, born Trahan and married a Lavalley, and the Trahans were nearby. They seemed to really love me the most. I did the fishing for our supper dinners. The Vev River back then was teeming with fish. Today it is a dead river, tragically destroyed by our pollution. This is an old picture from my grandmother. One of the family had a young boy, had killed a lynx. And Albert Lavalley, that's my grandfather, in the center, holding the horses. My grandmother Adrian was born in Colorado in 1894. And the following is a collage I did with her picture as a baby. Her father fled Canada from being persecuted by the English, as did many of my French ancestors, and they are all scattered throughout the United States. They called themselves the Trahans of America. I wrote a book about their history from her letters and notes, including pictures she gave me, which when I took sick I gave to a cousin who promised to finish it for me, but she never did. Consequently, 400 years of Trahan's history has been lost, sadly. I also did a small short story of my Russian Cossack heritage and gave it to my niece and nephew, who frankly did not appreciate it at all and never even bothered to thank me, even though I gave them precious valuable rings, diamond rings as well. And that is my grandmother Adrian, and that is her parents, the Trahans, and that is my mother Roland, and that's my mother Roland. That's my grandfather Albert, and my grandmother Adrian, and the first of what would be 16 children. That's my mother with the first car that my father helped buy for my grandfather. There were many more beautiful pictures, but I don't have them, I'm sorry. This one I kept, it's a favorite. My great-grandmother, Albert Lavalley's mother, she lived to 109, seen in this photo in Verner, Ontario. She made a joke once in French and everybody laughed and I didn't know, and they later translated that she said I was a throwback to the Vikings. Because even at that early young age, I was already fighting for rights for all and arguing against racism of any kind. My grandfather played the fiddle every Sunday after Mass on the French porch. And when I was on the farm in summer, he would play for me and I would dance. It's the only happy memories I have. My mother's brother was a World War II hero, Roger Lavalley. He's buried in in Italy, and I grew up never knowing he existed. I called him the forgotten hero. I spent 18 years researching and discovered this picture, which I sent to the government war office, and later his name was finally added on a plaque in Werner in his honor. Yes, he is just one of many forgotten heroes. But I look back and I wonder, why were we fighting that war? Well, against fascism, of course. And yet, Canada's government, Health Canada, are completely fascist. So, we didn't really win the war. They did. My French grandparents were fluently bilingual, raised 16 children, all well educated with successful careers and family lives from a proud heritage, arriving in Canada in 1636. The photo below is my father's parents. They were Russian Cossacks. They worked for the Tsar. Considered they were white Russians who fled the Russian Revolution in 1912. Talented singers and dancers, but sadistic, cruel, and alcoholic going back to Genghis Khan. Anne Majorca married Frank Obchansky. He sometimes spelt his name with an I instead of a Y, because in one way it's considered to be Polish and the other way it's considered to be Ukrainian, and he considered himself to be a little bit of both. He enlisted in World War I as part of his agreement for Canada allowing him into the country. I will not describe the horror of how my father treated his 5 sisters after his father died from the mustard gas that left his lungs so damaged he was unable to work. But my grandfather was a womanizing alcoholic, and nothing to be proud of. That's my grandmother, and she was extremely cruel and very psychotic. And that's my grandfather. He got a lot of women pregnant. And that's my father, Nick Upchan, born in 1916. 1954, grade 9, Sudbury Mining and Technical School. I enrolled in the commercial and business course. Frankly, I was never one to be embarrassed so easily. So when my mother, now working at Kresge's downtown, decided I should wear a bra with falsies because I had just turned 13 in September and had not yet developed, I was totally flat-chested. I was not unhappy about it. But she wanted me to look like all the other girls who had developed boobs long before I did. I have a picture here of me in those falsies, which she insisted I wear. Okay, so on the first day of school in my first class, I hated the brassiere so bad I asked to be excused to the washroom. And shortly before the class ended, I went to the washroom, took off the bra, and slung it around my neck like a scarf. I knew I'd be teased, so I planned to make sure I did the laughing. As the classes were now in the hall, changing from their next class, I walked out proud as can be with that bra slung around my neck. I was the talk of the town for that once again. I had my girlfriend take a picture, but my mother did not see the humor and threw it out. Mom and I did not have much in common. She was always crying, feeling sorry for herself, while my father was trying to beat us up. She never once put a stop to it. When he hit my brother Frankie on the back of the head because he could not read, and I was just 7 at the time. Dad had a habit of wearing shorts in the house, leaving his legs bare. I jumped on him like a wild tiger, wrapped my arms and legs around his leg and bit into him so hard he began to bleed. Screaming, he tried to shake me off, but I refused to let go. Finally, he promised he would not hurt me, but to please let go, he needed to go to the hospital for a tetanus shot, saying that a human bite is even more dangerous than a dog. The one thing Dad was known for is if you got a promise out of him, he'd go through hell and back to keep it, so I let go. Our family doctor was also a friend of Dad's. They both grew up in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, and he happened to be on duty at the emergency department. I got the story later that he told my father. I recognized those teeth marks. That's Trudi. What in hell did you do? Dad told him the truth, and Dr. Myatt don't know how to spell it. Warned my father if he ever punished me for protecting my brother and my mother, he would personally call the police and have him charged. Dad was very good at controlling his viciousness for a few years after that. However, he always managed to spoil Christmas. Every year, we'd get presents from him. Then after being all excited at getting something we really wanted, like I wanted a typewriter when I was around 12, he'd find a way shortly after opening our gifts of making up some excuse as to how we were bad and did not deserve it and take it back. I don't celebrate Christmas. I never did once I left home, because it always puts me into painful flashback memories. I respect all other religious holidays by anyone. I just don't feel like pretending the way my mother loves to pretend, smile and hide, covering up the truth of what's really going on. I am so different from my family that one day about age 10, I searched in the attic for papers convinced I had been adopted. To my shock, I discovered I had an older brother from when my mother had been raped at the age of 16. She gave up the child Raymond to family cousins, and she never spoke of him to me ever again. Eventually, I told this to her mother, Adrian, when visiting that summer on the farm, and she laughed and assured me, saying, "Trudy, you were born here in this house. Your mother was in labor so long that we had to send for the doctor by horse and buggy the first time. I had all my children without a doctor, but something was wrong with you. The doctor said nothing is wrong. This child just doesn't want to be born. And my mother suffered a long time because of this in labor." She says, "I watched you come out of your mother." And then she went on to say, "I cannot promise you that Nick is your father, but Roland is definitely your mother." She had that kind of sense of humor. She and her sisters were the only people, the Trahans, that I ever relate to and who seemed to fully understand me. My great-grandmother, who said I was a warrior and throwback to our Viking ancestors, well, everyone in my French Lavallee and Trahans had a good laugh, all but Adrian. She alone saw in me the truth of who and what I am. She alone loved me unconditionally all my life and showed me what real love looks like. Yeah, that's me in the Falsies in 1954. My teen years were very sad, with very few good memories. My fondest memory was of Sandra Smith. She was beautiful, raven black hair, green eyes, long thick eyelashes with skin as white as snow. She reminded me of Snow White. The 1956 photo below shows how beautiful Sandra was, and me not so much. I loved her dearly, and she was a child raped by her father. There was so much of that going on. Rape was so normal growing up. I don't talk about it much. I didn't put it in this particular part of my biography. But I fought with her mother, and I threatened her with the police if she didn't keep that bastard away from her. 3 of my girlfriends married their rapists, including Sandra. When I was raped, he said I'd have to marry him, and I refused. "1957, graduation night, 16 years old. A few days later, I would be drubbed and raped the first time of what would become many hundreds of times throughout my life. I was also in the media in 1959. My first position was as a convention and public relations secretary for the city of Sudbury. I was really quite beautiful. There's no question about that. This is me in 1959. And I'm going to end it here. I'm working in extreme heat, and I may have to put my air conditioner back on, but I swear to God, I'm bored to death with my own biography. But I keep getting these visions, and millions of children will suffer and live in the brutal torture that I have endured for 78 years. So 1959 is where I left off, and despite being underaged, I was dancing and dating men that were even 20 years older than me. Not as lovers, you understand, but just because I was such an amazing dancer, crazy sense of humor, and fun to be with. My favorite place was the Silver Beach Inn. Best Latin dance trio I ever heard, great Italian pizza I loved. I never ate before dancing, as food always made me sick. I was there to dance and to heck with food. The owner's mother and I became good friends. It's a pity he burned down the place and went to jail because he did such a bad job. I said to his mother, "Cripes, how can he be so stupid? He left a trail like wolf tracks in the snow." And she laughed and agreed with me. The one thing Sudbury always had that no other town or city had was the most amazing musicians and hundreds of dances of all genres, more than anywhere else in Canada per capita. I'm not talking about Toronto now, but I'm talking, this is a small town, a miner's town, and we could dance 7 days a week, 2-3 times a day. And as a dancer, I danced them all. Jitterbug jive, ballroom, Latin. Always remained my favorite was the Latin style, of course. But and salsa. But there's nothing I didn't do except for Argentine tango. That was, strangely enough, that was the one thing that we didn't have. Now this photo was sent to me by someone else, and it was the Silver Beach in 1959. And you can see just how beautiful. It was sitting right on the water. We have no place left like that anywhere in Northern Ontario. In fact, I can't think of any place like that in Toronto or anywhere in Ontario. No, we used to have that on the beach in Wasaga and dancing and everything, and it's all gone. But it was really magnificent. And it's all gone. Yeah, McDonald's took over. Now, despite the agony and excruciating pain every day, I graduated from a business course at the age of 16, typed 100 words a minute, and shorthand 80 words a minute. I had a photogenic memory, fashionable, attractive, and was hired immediately at Sudbury City Hall as a public relations secretary. I made a dress of me that I showed you earlier at the age of 18, a hobby that has continued to this day. I love making ballroom dance gowns. Of course, now I'll never dance again because of COVID-19, but I really enjoyed making my gowns. Now, a convention of municipal councillors and mayors had come to Sudbury, with politicians from all over the United States were staying here. And as a born extrovert, and I love to research, making me the perfect position, I was published in the Sudbury Star many times. Now, rape was so common that I mentioned earlier, 3 of my best friends married their rapist. I personally was raped for the same reason and refused. I was so happy that Regina married the man she loved. I personally was so damaged I never kept in touch with her after I left her Toronto. I did that a lot in my life. I never kept in touch with people. And I regret that. And I never made an effort to stay friends with people that really cared about me, that I grew up with. And the ones I stayed in touch with were abusive to me. My only excuse is that I was just too sick in every way. I was just too sick. I didn't know the difference between love and caring and abuse. My mother kept the photo of Regina's wedding. Our gowns had crinolines and were really beautiful, pale blue. This old photo does not do them justice, but I am grateful that my mother kept it. The picture below is my mother and father dancing. Dance was the one thing we had in common. My father was a brilliant dancer and singer and musician, and he even had his own band when my mother met him. His mother forced him to give up music, and frankly, he admitted when he was dying it had been a terrible mistake. I'm not going to say that giving up what he loved made him more violent. I think he was violent regardless, but it certainly helped. Because when he was violent, often I would start singing and sidetrack him, and he'd take out the guitar, and this is the picture of at Regina's wedding. It was a beautiful shade of blue. The pictures are faded, but still lovely, I think. Yeah, that's Joyce. She had a way of pissing on my brain, that one. I loved her, but she sure didn't love me. And Regina was so gorgeous. I don't know what happened to her. But we had a lot of beautiful women in this mining town, let me tell you. And most of them were being raped. I modeled a lot. This was a cancer funding at the Sudbury Arena, and we used to have a lot of fashion modeling for cancer, and raised an awful lot of money for cancer. Instead of preventing cancer, we spend money on drugs and let toxic chemicals poison us and cause cancer. But I didn't know that then. I was just 16. And that was Ramon LaFrance. We partied together. She was so beautiful. And Joyce Hahn, well, nobody's going to remember her now, but yeah, that's me. I really enjoyed modeling for fun. All along, my severe disabilities were ignored by everyone, including myself. Hiding the pain I endured in silence, the horrific migraines that shot through my brain like a knife, pain throughout my body like being electrocuted, working twice as hard. I made it through high school, and I had a really plum position at the Sudbury City Hall, and loved working for Mayor Joe Fabro. But the public relations officer didn't like me much, and he was really abusive to me. I purposely omit a lot of my teen years and the modeling and the two men who raped me, one at 16 and the other at 17. And then one spring, when I was 19, I met Bob Temple, and the connection between us was instant. We fully expected to be married one day in the future. October 29th, 1960, Bob was killed by a drunk driver. I was never the same after that. My boss, Mayor Joe Fabro, tried to rescue me from the violence and abuse I endured by Sudbury society, urging me to leave Sudbury and go to Toronto, where I'd be appreciated for my brilliant analytical brain skills that apparently were quite rare. Mr. Fabro taught me something that was very important in the world of real estate investments. And when I tried to leave, my mother wept, begging me not to leave her, so I held back. That was a fatal mistake. Until one night I was the victim of a plot to gang rape me, and they drugged me at work. I was working for a Toronto construction magnate. My escape was nothing short of a movie plot. On the disguise of taking me for dinner at a local hotel where he booked a room, once inside he attacked me as several men stood around the room laughing and waiting their turn. But I was never a good victim. I wasn't drugged enough in this particular instance. My legs were weak, but I wasn't in a blackout, as often happened to me when I was drugged. I fought my father like a wild tiger at 7, and I did the same here. I fought this monster off like a wild animal in a rage, screaming and pushing him so hard he fell to the floor. Running to the door, screaming, finding it locked, I pounded and jumped up and down, screaming. A bellhop quickly arrived, opening the door, setting me free. He recognized me when I came in, because he was my brother. Frank was never much of a friend to me, but he did do that. Well, why not? It was his responsibility as a bellhop. If the police had been called in and they'd been charged with attempted rape and forced in confinement or being held hostage, my brother would have been in trouble. So he didn't really do it because he cared, but at the time I thought he did it because he cared. I'm not going to go into details, but I found out later he didn't give a shit. It was about his job. I took a taxi home and that was it. I screamed and cursed at my mother. Joe was right, and I'm getting the hell out of here. And I called the train station and I booked the train to Toronto, and the next morning I hastily packed a suitcase. What follows is the article, October 29th, 1960. I was catatonic. I don't remember his funeral. I don't remember much of anything. I don't remember what he told me the afternoon that he died. I was kind of in a semi-traumatic amnesia for years on the whole incident. 1961, shortly after I arrived in Toronto, I was seduced and date raped by a man I thought did it because he loved me. Yes, you see, my mother always told me that the reason they raped me was because they loved me too much. And he admitted he deliberately got me pregnant. He lied to me and said that he was sterile. My father arranged an abortion, but I refused it. And then he wanted to take custody of my child, and I refused that for sure. The truth was, though, I must say that the 9 months I was pregnant was the only time that for my system, somehow my immune system worked. And I leave that explanation to the experts. I was really healthy just for the 9 months. I collapsed after the birth of my child. And the pregnancy was very, very painful. But in 1962, in full bloom, I met John Wayne. He stopped a parade on Yonge Street to talk to me. And he came over and he put his head to my belly, feeling the baby kick, and laughed and said, "You're having a boy for sure." Mr. Wayne was a beautiful, handsome man in person and gave me a gift of his compassion that lasted me for a lifetime. This picture below is me pregnant. I was really quite lovely and quite happy. I accepted my pregnancy, and I knew that I would give him up for adoption because it was the right thing to do. And I have never regretted that decision. It's a picture of my son. He was born Jeffrey Tyler Upchan. And shortly after that, for 2 years, I was unable to work. George Warburton, the father, took responsibility, and he provided me with rent and took care of me. And the relationship was celibate. I never allowed him to touch me again. I had no intentions of ever having anything more to do with this man. His wife cried, wanting my child. I was disgusted with her and the way that she lived, knowing what her husband was. I dearly loved my son, yet I gave him up with a true mother's love for adoption when he was 8 months old. I was too sick to take care of him, and I didn't want him anywhere near my abusive family or his immoral father. It would be 2 years before I was well enough to work full-time. Yes, George did take full responsibility during that time and took care of my bills. But my female doctor was cruelly indifferent to my suffering, and she treated me like I was not worth keeping alive. You know, I've had as much abuse from women as I've had from men. So he found me a Jewish Dr. Keltz, and it was discovered that that witch left afterbirth in me, and it was a miracle it did not kill me, but it was poisoning me. I had to wear pads 24/7 as guck gushed out of my vagina for 2 years, and the stench was revolting. Dr. Keltz arranged a D&C and cleaned it out, and I had a remarkable quick recovery for a little while. Having good skills, well-educated, fashionable, and good look at, I had an abundance of jobs. They came easy to me. 1962, I missed the big parade in Sudbury when Iona Reid won the world medal for accordion playing. She was always a favorite of mine, and she still is. 1964, I took another crippling attack, bedridden for weeks, when a friend to cheer me up helped me dress up beautifully in a lovely gown, fixed my hair and makeup, and carried me in a taxi cab. The cab arrived outside a lovely hotel, and Ronnie Farah had arranged with the staff to have me meet Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton, who was staying there. There are no words to describe that meeting. She instinctively felt that I was in terrible pain, and in a beautiful whispery voice that was like velvet that rushed over me, warm and loving, offered to help me. And foolishly, I replied nothing could be done, because Dr. Keltz had decided it was genetic. And I believed him for 21 years, but in truth he lied to me. It's true children are being born like me because their parents are poisoned and pass on to their children a genetic predisposition, but I was not born with it. I was perfectly healthy until the age of 6, when I was poisoned the first time by sulfuric acid and rapeseed oil, alias canola oil, in Canadian food. I would take sudden attacks, and then just as sudden, without knowing why or how, I would suddenly recover, but only temporarily and never fully well, and always in pain. I had an extremely high pain tolerance, and as long as I could move my legs, I was a dynamite, or a dynamo. I remember one time on the job, one of my bosses said to me, "My God, Trudi, you do the work of 5 people. I can't imagine what you'd be like if you were ever well." And it was true. So despite the handicaps, I was brilliant and never out of work for 23 years in Toronto. I was always in demand. In 1966, I took another attack, but this time I paralyzed completely, and I crawled to the phone after 2 months and was taken in by ambulance to the Mount Sinai Hospital, where Dr. Wallfish did a research study of me for 2 months. He found nothing. Why would he? He didn't know what he was looking for. And he certainly didn't look for being poisoned, because we don't recognize that we're poisoning people. Catch-22. He published my symptoms in a medical journal, and there was no response, and my file was closed, leaving me with no diagnosis. We have no tests for being poisoned, and therefore being poisoned doesn't exist. Just like when we had AIDS, and they had no test for AIDS, so it didn't exist. If they did diagnose it properly, industry would be forced to control their products, their cars and trucks and machines that poison the air. Pesticides would be banned, and the food industry would have to stop using toxic pesticides and toxic chemical additives to our food. Monsanto would have gone bankrupt a long time ago, and Bayer would be bankrupt fighting the lawsuits that Monsanto was responsible for. Rapeseed oil, alias canola oil, would have stayed banned because, yes, it was banned until 1994 in the United States. Oh, the glory of hindsight, but I wasn't privy to that information, and few were. 1968, I spent many of my weekends at the Holy Blossom Temple, Toronto, helping out Rabbi Plout typing. No matter how sick I was, I could type, and I could drive a car. Certain parts of my brain functioned, while other parts didn't. The signal to my legs was extremely weak. When I could dance, I danced. When I couldn't, I didn't, and I worked. But I was always offering to do volunteer. I did volunteer in so many communities. The Black community, the Baptist community, the Jamaican community, the Jewish community, the Trinidadian community. I don't even mention them in my biography. There are too many to list. I did volunteer at Sunnybrook Hospital to the World War I men and that were living in oil vats. And I read to them and I sang to them until the last one died. That was from the mustard gas. And we don't talk about these men. They lived in oil vats because so much of their body had been burned. They were kept in oil vats at Sunnybrook Hospital. How many of you know that? My Jewish landlady cooked for me all homemade wonderful meals, and I met a very famous general in the Israeli army. He'd been a consultant to Paul Newman for the movie Exodus. And he was a very sad, unhappy man. We quickly became friends. I felt so sorry for him. He shared with me his story and how heartbroken he was. It had been his dream that he lived and fought and died for in Israel, would become a country that would show the world how to live in peace and harmony. The Jews had been so persecuted, they would be benevolent and working together with all Arab nations, since in the beginning they were all in the same tribe. Instead, he became a glorified guest, shipped around the world to temples to solicit for money for Israel. And instead of Israel a beacon of peace, it was a constant state of war. The warring violence between Jews and Arabs in Israel had become a military state. He was so heartbroken. The wound of what he could see in the Middle East, he said, he looked forward to dying, his life a waste. That was in 1968. And here I am, 78, 2020. And I look back and I know exactly how he feels. Because everything I fought for and died for, anti-racism, rights for all, justice for all, I failed. And it's been a waste. I remember telling him that in our history, humans had not yet evolved to a particularly sane species. Our insanity was legendary, and he should not take humans' insanity too personally. Is it any wonder that he found very little comfort in that statement? Because I look back, and I have no comfort in it now either. He had a heart attack and went back to Israel, and I never heard from him again. Yet I will never forget meeting him. He was a general held in the highest regard by Israel and Jews worldwide, and yet he felt his life was a failure. You don't expect someone who's been in the military all his life to be so compassionate, with such a soft heart for all who suffer. My good health that year was short-lived. I was struck down by another paralyzing attack that hit like a thunderbolt without warning. Like lightning, electrocuting, excruciating, mind-boggling pain, memory loss and blackouts for days or months, and profuse bleeding. Infection spread through my frail body like a prairie on fire. My life was beyond my ability to control. I spent the next 20 years of my life picking up the fragmented pieces of myself, splattered amongst the tattered spoils of a career in shambles, amid the rubble of financial chaos, in a gruesome battle for survival, with no medical treatment or even a true diagnosis of my disease. My life was a holocaust, a diabolical nightmare. I continuously struggled for success only to be robbed of life's pleasures by another catastrophic attack. I woke up in Vancouver with a lesbian biker gang giving me and taking very good care of me and feeding me homemade chicken soup. They, and with the help of an unemployed pimp, he had no hooker at the time, carried me in and out of the Vancouver hospital too many times to count. I rescued a girl raped by her father who was pregnant. I tried working as a bunny girl, but frankly the pay was lousy, the men rude, and I hated Vancouver. Specialists were called in to see me, and they suggested that Vancouver's low-pressure system may be killing me, and I should return to Toronto. I fled Vancouver, returning to Toronto, bringing that pregnant girl with me. I continued to help her over the years and her son. Interestingly enough, she never helped me, not even once. I remember her son as a young teenager, 13, 14, apologizing to me that he was sorry his mother was not more grateful or helpful to me. I just shrugged and hugged him, saying, I just want you to have a better life and be healthy and happy. I had incredible opportunities that I threw away by refusing, and I still don't understand why, except I do know that it was insane. Today I watched the movie 2010 Wall Street, Money Never Sleeps. Shocking to watch. It was like watching myself on the screen. That was me there with the stockbrokers and diamonds and furs and limousines and wealthy people from all over the world. That was me seeing myself, and that was my life. I was there. I had forgotten what it had been like. I see Mr. Pazak and Mr. Davidson in the conference room trying to get me to take out my stockbroker's license, pleading with me to become the first woman stockbroker in Canada and perhaps even North America. And I kept refusing, saying I hated the stocks. It was like betting on the horses, and people lose money. I didn't want to be responsible. So they promised me bonds, dividends, insurance, and assured me no one would lose with that. Why me? Why do you want me? And they told me that a client had been chatting with me daily for months over a cup of coffee, and that he said I was gifted and had an amazing ability to call the market even before it happened. He told them I was special, and all the clients loved hanging out in the lobby with me at the reception desk. They said, "You're gifted, Trudi. You're gifted." But no matter how much they tried to convince me, I refused. They guaranteed my income of $55,000 a year. In today's money, that is like $300,000 a year. And I refused. I was offered diamonds, minks, free Cadillacs, and turned them all down. I don't understand why I did that. I was traveling, wined and dined in fabulous mansions and cocktail parties, and I turned my back on it all and walked away. And I never even stayed friends with any one of those people that loved me and cared about me. And I don't know why. I quit and took a job as a very sick bunny girl at the Royal York, which frankly was really insane. Watching that movie brought it all back, the life I had, the opportunities, and the lifestyle, and the world I had completely forgotten about until today. The beautiful gowns I made and wore with my costume jewelry I often made myself. My deep long hair. I really was beautiful. I was sick, but I was beautiful. I had been trained as a model, of course, and the hairstylist all trained me how to do my own hair, so I always look good. That above photo is me in 1964, the year of the Umbrellas of Cherbourg. The French movie came out. That's the year I met Elizabeth Taylor. I had a temporary period of being healthy and full of hope. Then I met and fell in love with an artist, David Kimpton, who worked for the CBC in the commercial department, which he despised. And David was a covert narcissistic. He was a really mentally depraved man. He played a very sick game with me, pretending to love me, and see just how deeply in love he could make me fall for him. He sang beautiful songs of love and wrote me lovely poems, and painted and sketched pictures of me, and painted in words that we were star-crossed lovers, destined to live forever in paradise, a world he painted that was so magnificent he had me spellbound. His best friend, also a painter from Germany, warned me against him, Hans Zander. And one day I went to the apartment to meet him for dinner, and he never showed up. I had furnished his apartment. I had made the bedspreads, and I had made and sewed all the draperies and the tablecloths, and I turned this little attic bachelor one-room apartment into a paradise. It was really lovely. I waited for over a week, and he never came back, and I never heard from him again. You know, the men that were violent, at least I could see that. And I had some understanding that they were sick, and it wasn't my fault. But what David did was he went to Mexico, and he just did it deliberately, and he laughed all the way. His friends rescued me and tried to help me, but I had a total nervous breakdown, and I went into complete traumatic shock, and I don't remember much after that. I wandered on Bay Street, and an elderly Jewish man, the owner of the famous Cadillac dealership on Bay Street, rescued me. He put me up in his suite in a building that he owned, Sutton Place. I was abandoned once more by all my family and friends, and this total stranger took pity on me. He took care of me for months and slowly got me back on my feet. When he saw how talented I was as a fashion designer, he personally created I personally created the first hot pants in history, because when I bent over in a mini dress to do any filing, I thought matching shorts were more appropriate than seeing panties. And another designer I met at a cocktail party asked me if he could copy my design. And see, that was me. It didn't concern me that he was going to make millions with it. I didn't want it as a career, so I should sure go for it. I was like that. I was always giving it away for free. My Jewish rescuer was very upset with me, and he wanted to set me up in my own shop, but I refused, saying I don't like making designs for other people. I just enjoy doing it for fun. If I do that, I said, it becomes work. He shook his head frustrated, but said okay. And instead he helped me find a new apartment, and he helped me furnish it with furniture from the Salvation Army, because I refused to allow him to spend too much money on him. And I remember saying goodbye to him, and he cried. And my mother's friend, Maddie, another abusive woman that I thought was a friend, but she wasn't. She called me an idiot. And I guess I was. One of my designs, that's, you can't see that. You'll have to zoom it up, make it larger. Yeah, maybe I'm going to zoom it because I really want you to see that. It's very special. Okay, how do I do that? How do I do that? Jeez. Come on, view. Oh, zoom out. Whoops. Zoom in. Oh, zoom in. Here we go. Yeah, I just want you to see this. Yeah, that necklace, well, I've still got it today. It was a gift from Falconbridge Nickel Mines. I didn't like real jewelry or real gold or real silver. I loved costume jewelry. I wasn't impressed by minks and diamonds and furs. And the 2 years that I worked at Falconbridge Nickel Mines, some of it was really, really abusive, because once again, public relations directors didn't like me. I was too avant-garde. I was too anti-racist. I was too humanitarian. I didn't believe that secretaries should sit around like a vase at the executive level and let the lower departments do all the work. I had skills and wanted to use them. But I will tell you this. Mr. Delaporte, the vice president, and Jack Cooper, the president, and H.B. Keck, the board of directors from Dallas, they really loved me. So I have some really wonderful memories working with them, and not so great memories of working with Mr. Hickey. He was a white racist pig. But after a while, I knew that it was better if I quit. But I did some modeling for them, and it was fun. And I made the Falconbridge newspaper magazine, which there are people in Sudbury who remember that. And it gave me a level of respect that until the day they died, they always kept me at that level of respect. It didn't matter if I was rich or I was poor. Interesting. But yes, I had so many offers how different my life would have been if I'd become a stockbroker. I called the stock market crash of 2008 2 years before. I saw the visions of COVID-19 2 years before it happened. I tried desperately to get my tyrant brother who was terrorizing my mother, holding her hostage, and I have now jumped. And I'm sorry that I do that, because I get flashbacks. And I shouldn't really be talking about this part of my life, because it won't happen until 2008. So you can read it if you like. I'm going to give you time to read it, but I'm going to skip it. My brief time as a bunny girl at the Royal York in Toronto was quite the experience. I was so weak and sick that the girls had to help me out. And I could not carry the trays full of booze with one hand. I had to use two hands. I remember at a table of wealthy executives from Dallas, Texas, and one from New York, and me standing there saying, "Okay, boys, what you're seeing ain't what you get. I'm padded from stem to stern. And you'll have to help yourself, because I can't manage this tray all by myself." And they roared with laughter, and instantly we became the best of friends. I fell madly in love with Andre, the Gulf oil millionaire lawyer from Vienna. And he was working at the head office in Dallas. And the reason they were here is that they were buying up all the gas and oil rights in Canada. And Canadians still think they oil the oil and gas in Alberta, but Americans have owned it since 1969. I'd get a phone call asking me what day I had off, and Andre would book me into a hotel in New York and meet me there for dinner and dancing. My memories of him are one of the most beautiful that I have. He'd fly me to New York for a few days and we'd dine and dance. And in Toronto, he would fly into Toronto to spend a weekend with me. And we'd walk along the waterfront park, and he sang songs to me with the voice of an angel like Mary Lanza. And I'd dance on the grass. And all along the lake shore, cars would stop to watch us. We giggled and laughed, and we had so much fun. 1968, this photo was taken with my mother, just before my trip to New York to dance with Andre at a rooftop. And very private, and I don't remember the name, but it was similar to the Club 54. Andre begged me to leave Canada, wanting me to live in New York, where he would have arranged for a job and medical insurance, and I kept refusing. I don't know why, and he'd shake his head in frustration. And then he'd cup my face in his hands, kissing me, saying, "I love you, you crazy little fool, I love you." And he'd tenderly kiss me again and again. Then he'd fly back to Dallas and call me every day to check up on me. Why was I so obstinate? I still don't know why. Too often I wandered the streets in a daze, so I would work on part-time jobs. I was never really unemployed, always made my own money. But in the long blackouts, I would wind up homeless. My furniture, my clothes, everything gone, and the Salvation Army rescued me. My brain woke up one time in the Satan's Choice Coffee House, who fed me coffee. And I didn't realize how lucky I was. The man in charge took pity on me and told me that I should not wander the streets by myself. He said I could have been taken hostage and shipped to Saudi Arabia as a sex slave. He made me promise to stop doing that and told me to never come back to that area. Of course, sometimes I would be raped while catatonic, but that was usually some business pervert that I actually knew. 2 of them were men I worked for. Never from people from the streets, no pimp, no mafia don. There were men friends who rescued me and took care of me to the best of their ability, too many times to count. One day, a friend of mine, Archie Amin, a musician, I don't talk about him, but I should have, and the racism, put weed in my muffin, and I was catatonic for 2 days. They thought they'd killed me. When I came to, I was in bed with their 3 children hugging me, and so happy I was okay. They jumped all around me. The children had apparently stayed in bed with me and prayed for me. Children's hearts are amazing. Not all of my life was horrendous. If I could get to my feet, I danced and belonged to every dance club in the entire Toronto district. German, ballroom, Italian, Latin, Jamaican, Trinidadian, Africans, Portuguese general, Arabs, Turks, East Indian, Hindus. I belly danced with them. I danced on stage with the Spanish ballet flamenco from Madrid, a night here, a week there, dancing with all walks of life from all over the world. Wonderful memory, and the food they fed me never made me sick. All homemade, of course. Since the age of 13, I never aligned myself with any religion. I always stayed connected to the creator of the universe. So instead, I made friends with them all. A mafia don pleaded with me to come to work for him, offering me triple my current salary and promised to take care of me forever. I laughed, saying, "No, you kill people for a living." And he laughed and he said, "Trudy, for a smart girl, how can you be so dumb? We've gone straight. We build the towers and own the downtown. We don't do that anymore. Our children go to Oxford University and Yale. They're lawyers. Well, maybe, but I don't trust you. But you can buy me dinner. And he laughed, and he did just that, taking me to a beautiful restaurant for a favorite rare steak. Now, I don't know why I often ate raw beef since I was a child, but I did. I craved it and I loved it. And I never got sick on it either. I think I should have, but I didn't. I certainly don't approve of it today. I don't, it's just another one of those mysteries. So from mid-1964 to 1970, I was traveling in some big hotshot circles. I met E.P. Taylor. He was a man of great respect in the horse racing circles. Sweet man invited me to see his prize Angus bull. Don't know why he was so excited about them for beef, but he was. I think they came from Scotland. I still don't know why they were so special. I don't mention it here, but he had me have dinner with him and his wife up in his mansion. I was a likable girl, that's for sure. For some. Not all. This is 1968 to 69, and I was working part-time in a modeling in an agency that was a clothing manufacturer's representative. And that's my mother. And that's a black leather outfit I had custom made, and that's one of the many outfits that they gave me as a gift. That's when I modeled for Falconbridge Nickel Mines. That's the article that anyone who's still alive that remembers that. People of Falconbridge still respected me and did what they could to help me when I was researching gas masks for the men in the mines. I have a funny story here about Robert Goulet. I met him at a cocktail party. Ronnie Harding, a highly successful advertising man who made architectural digests for his uniquely designed bachelor pad. Robert Goulet made a beeline for me the minute I walked into the area. He was so crude, I gave him a loud and clear "Go F yourself." He made a quick exit, thoroughly embarrassed. Ronnie dashed over to me, giving me a big hug and a kiss on the cheek and swirling me around, and he said, "Thanks, baby, I knew you'd do that. I'm on the payroll and couldn't do that. But I knew if I got you here, you'd do it for me." "Hey, you jerk," he said. And we laughed for months about that. Around 1965, I became friends with Marilyn Brooks, a clothing designer and owner of the Unicorn Shop, who was also highly successful and famous in her own right. A lovely gal. I dated her alcoholic brother for a while, but his addiction to alcohol was so bad it scared the heck out of me, so I broke it off. There's a terrible story there about someone I met in her circle that I don't talk about. But I will tell you that she married a man who was a homosexual, but not just a homosexual. He was psychotic and very cruel to her. And he played a really sick game with her. So much so that eventually she committed suicide. I did what I could to try to help her, but I couldn't reach her. I did a lot of that too, you see. I did volunteer with people and women being raped, including boys being raped. There's not much I didn't do, but I did it for free. 1966, I worked in an ad agency for Jerry Goodis, who was the nicest man I ever met, and dedicated to giving a leg up to talent. If you had a talent and you were a mail clerk, he'd put you in as a writer. His agency became worldwide famous. Jack Cooper, who later became famous in his own right, and a public author and director, was my boss at the time. He wanted to train me to become a director. He saw that talent in me. But that's when I took a very long 2-month paralyzing attack, and Dr. Keltz insisted I quit, and destroyed another really wonderful career, because as it happens, it's the one career I really enjoyed. I loved the stress. I loved the excitement. It was an adrenaline rush. It was another stupid decision. Truth is, anyone who ever worked with could see that I thrived on deadlines and stress, getting bored very easily. Anytime I took a major attack, that mouth Theodon put the word out in the streets I was protected. And he picked up the tab for my bill at the restaurants he owned and made sure I did not starve. I have many fantastic, loving memories. My clients, Africans, Baptist, Black, Seventh-day Adventists, Jamaicans, white Jamaicans, Black Jamaicans, Arabs, Greeks, Chinese, Japanese, mechanics, stockbrokers. They all made me food, and they all cared about me. And I'd get a phone call, "Trudy, come over tonight, we have food for you," and they'd give me a doggy bag to take home. And I'm going to leave it here for the now, because I'm getting upset. The next one is just too painful right now to talk about. I find this very difficult to continue. I'm in the middle of the COVID-19 isolation. It's now June 14th, and I've been in isolation, frankly, almost 2 years, most of 2 years. But I had no opportunity to... I had a good winter, don't get me wrong, but this continuing redoing my biography, I'm bored with myself, I'm bored with my story. I don't know why I keep bothering. Well, I do. I keep getting these frigging visions that force me to keep at it. And we are also in the midst of the black protests at the killing of George Floyd, but there have been so many others. And I'm at the point in my story in 1968 when I was very much involved with the black community, musicians, artists, theater people, Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Africans, you name it. And they're painful memories for me. Not because they ever mistreated me, on the contrary, because they're the only people that ever treated me really well. And I have so many mixed emotions, but I have to get this done or I'll never sleep again. And I'm just so depressed. I haven't been eating right. So I got to get on with this, and I do hope that this will be the last time I do this. I've done it in many different ways, and this time I'm doing it in such a way so to upload it to YouTube so it can be read by people who have hearing disabilities. Now, I did leave off here, and I don't remember the exact year. It's somewhere between 1964 and 1968, and I see him and his parents as if it was yesterday at some Caribbean club. I met him, a tall black African lawyer. I think he was about 27, I'm not sure. He was the most beautiful being I had ever met in my life. I got sick at a dance, and he took me home. He lived with his parents. Once I recovered, he made beautiful love to me. Never before had I experienced anything quite like this man. His parents fell in love with me. I don't have a clue why. He wanted to marry me and told me so at dinner a few days later, while his parents were in total agreement. I shook my head and I started to cry. How I would have loved to marry him, not just because he was beautiful, but I desperately needed a good lawyer in my life for my human rights causes, which I'd been at since I was 7 years old. Impossible, I finally blubbered out. I didn't tell his parents. We went somewhere else to talk about it, and I explained how in Canada we're not just as prejudiced as Americans, but perhaps in many ways we're worse. No, not violent in your face. We won't stick a knife in you, but we will stick a knife in your back, and his career would have been destroyed before it had barely begun. Our children would face bullying and terrible ostracization. I explained, go to the Baptist church, meet a lovely colored woman. We didn't use the word black in those days. And marry, and you will have a successful career, and your children will know what it is to be loved. Often I think of him and his parents, how different my life would have been. They loved me and would never let me suffer as I have done. But I stand by my decision. It would have been selfish, and his career would have been destroyed. 1968 to 69, I stayed friends with Andre and Graham, the two wealthy American executives with Gulf Oil, who wanted to rescue me and have me work for them and live in New York City. At some point, I left the Royal York, where I was working as a bunny girl, with a few $1,000s, and I had an unemployed pimp. He had no hooker at the time, and I paid him to drive me out to Vancouver. That trip was lovely, but Vancouver was a disaster, and I was forced to return to Toronto a few months later on doctor's advice. I met Lou Rawls in Vancouver, a beautiful singer and a truly lovely black man. Meeting him and the lesbian biker gang who took care of me while too sick to work are my two only good memories of Vancouver. Men treated women like sex slaves, and I was not used to being treated like that in Toronto by the business community. Yes, I was treated like that by men, many men, but not all, and certainly not by the majority of the business community. So I was glad to get the hell out of there. Andre and Graham stayed in touch with me by phone. Now, I really was beautiful despite how sick I was. I mean, take a good look. I look at myself and I go, my God, I can't believe that's me. I was terribly sick, but I was terribly beautiful. Andre flew me to New York for dinner and dancing on weekends. And again, the memory is astounding and wonderful of how those two men treated me. Andre over and over again pleaded with me to leave Canada. Finally, at some point, I agreed to move to New York. They got me a green card literally within 24 hours, but I only stayed a short time. They wanted to put me up in a fancy hotel, and I just refused. I wanted to stay at the Y. I didn't want to be beholden to them I wanted to earn my own way. But I wanted to see West Point, and I saw it in a movie as a teenager and thought it was so beautiful. So just like that, they picked up the phone, and they booked me into a hotel and took me to the Catskill Mountains for brunch, and then to meet a general at West Point. I still get shivers just remembering those glorious 2 days I spent dining and dancing on the rooftop of some glorious hotel with Andre and Graham. We stopped late one night outside the door of some famous disco. It had a lineup down the block. Don't remember the name, but it was similar to Club 54. Only it was something else. But they had connections, and we went straight to the front door. However, the doorman objected to me wearing a pantsuit. Now, I'm talking 1968. Now, I had designed it myself. Yes, I made most of all my clothes, including ballroom gowns, and I still do. Anyhow, I said, no pants? No problem. Took them off, slung them over my shoulder like a scarf, and stood there in my mini dress, saying, now how's that? Well, everyone not only shocked, but roared with laughter, and the doorman said, lady, you got style, you belong here. And he ushered us through. We went inside, danced until sunrise, and had a wonderful time. I love New York and those two guys, Andre and Graham, but frankly, I was on the job in the executive suite at Gulf Oil in New York City just one day, and I told Dick Graham, I'm going home. Canadians are just as prejudiced against blacks, but it's just too violent here. We may stab them in the back, blackball them from work, but we don't do it overtly or violently. And if I'm not allowed to speak to blacks with respect, piss on that, I said. I had introduced myself to a young black man in the mailroom, and the executive secretaries had all complained against me. Well, that did it for me. I said I could not stand that prejudice, and it was just too violent against blacks, and I refused to treat them like garbage. Graham pleaded with me things would change. But more importantly, they wanted me on their payroll to get me proper medical care. They said the Canadian medical system was responsible for my disease and it was killing me. I was just too naive, too ignorant to understand what they were trying to tell me. They kept saying that the Canadian political system is not a true democracy. It is British, and the British system is many things, but it is not a democracy. Yes, suddenly, practically overnight, I married this man, Rick Letkeman. I didn't ever want to get married. At this point, I had decided, and he drugged me and got me married. This was in 1969, and it was my first drugged-out wedding to a man who intended to murder me. I escaped his clutches with the help of his best friend who heard his plot while he was drunk. He came to our apartment, grabbed as much of my clothes as he could, and hid me in his apartment for a few days until he found me a safe apartment many miles away. I filed charges with the lawyer that if he ever came near me or did me harm, he would go to jail. I also told his boss what he had done, and he was warned if anything happened to me, he'd be quickly fired. He left Toronto for Vancouver, and I was forced to wait for 1 year for a divorce. Our marriage had not been consummated. No. Not been consummated. Not going to go into the details. It doesn't matter. But our laws are so stupid. In 1970, I went back to work for Max Vader, a representative for Montreal clothing line. I remember having such fun with Makushla and Nicole Moret. She never quite became famous, even though she had a part in a Canadian's most famous movie in history, Going Down the Road. Nicole had the body of a Greek goddess. Makushla was from South Africa, suffered a terrible loss from her husband. She was a white South African. Her husband had cheated her out of her rights, and she lost custody of her only child. Sorry, that's the allergies. I've been choking and being smothering to death. It's been really bad, so I'm sorry about that. Anyway, suicidal despair brought her to Canada. Somehow Makushla had become friends with Frank Sinatra's manager, who wanted me to join him in Vegas to meet Sinatra. I refused. I did not approve of Sinatra's egotistical cruelty to a young black male singer whose career he destroyed. Yeah, I was like that. If you did something against my morals, I'd boycott you. Fame did not impress me at all. The pay was not so great working in the modeling industry, but I loved working with them. I left for more money elsewhere later on. 1970, I got an offer to be an executive secretary to the public relations officer at Falconbridge Nickel Mines. Now, that was not a pleasant experience. He was extremely prejudiced against my avant-garde style, even though the Vice President Delaporte and the Chairman of the Board, H.B. Keck of Dallas, and Mr. Cooper, the President, all liked me well enough. Now, these pictures are a sample of the outfit that Mr. Hickey, the Public Relations Officer, tried to get me fired for. My worst memory of working at Falconbridge Nickel Mines was that experience when our Prime Minister, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, reneged on his campaign promise to bring in pollution controls, and Falconbridge was forced to close down its new experimental pollution-free smelter and declaring a $60 million loss. Stockholders were so stupid, they actually were delighted by the decision that the stocks rose instead of plummeting. 1970 to 78 are the years of such betrayal. I've never been able to put them down in writing 100%. I have a lot of flashbacks, so you'll have to bear with me as I jump around. 1970, I purchased my first home and became the first woman in Ontario to own a home in her own name outright without the signature of a man. When my bank refused me a loan, I went across the street and I lied. I said I wanted $3,000 to buy furniture. As an executive secretary making very good money for a woman, they readily gave me the cash immediately. I took a cab to Bruce Rusnell and closed the deal. Bruce and I became good friends and later a business partner. I bounced around in careers quite a lot, but I always had a genius for real estate analysis. Sometime in the mid-1970s, I was at my favorite stand-up bar, Melanie's, and I'm reading The Prophet with a cup of coffee. Arnold Palmer came in and asked me what I was reading. When I showed him, he thought it was interesting that I'd be reading poetry and drinking coffee in a bar. I invited him to join me. I knew the name, of course, but I was no fan of golf. Toronto was not a big golf town at the time, and so I asked him what he was doing here. Make a long story short, he was scouting for land for a new golf course, and some idiots were taking him up to the Granite Club area, mid-north Toronto. I said, "That's insane. You'll pay 5 times the cost, and those people are old money. Cripes, they don't even play golf." Obviously, he was surprised, asking where I thought was better. "Oakville," I said. "Definitely Oakville." Telling him I had worked with New Money, president of Falconbridge Nickel Mines, and he lived in Oakville. His generation loved golf, and the land would be the fraction of the cost. Then some PR guy made him leave, but he thanked me, and Oakville did become the home of a grand new design golf course, historical at the time. I did that a lot. Never was interested in making big money, never tried to cash in on the famous and rich people I met and knew. In 1975, I went to work as office manager in charge of approving credit for clients at the famous, now closed, art shop, Elite Furniture Store. I could spot a con mile off, providing it wasn't me that they were trying to con, or providing I was not taking an attack. In an attack, I'm as vulnerable as a baby. 1978, I think, forget the exact date. I got a client one day at the art shop, and I was suspicious of and told them they had to pay cash, stopped their shipment at the door of their mansion. I called the Toronto Dominion bank manager, having a gut feeling at the last minute, and got the lowdown. He defrauded the TD Bank out of over $1 million, but it was hushed up, not wanting shareholders to know the money was in the Bahamas. Yeah, that happens a lot in Canada. Only some poor schmuck goes to jail. Fraud is almost always a white-collar crime. And in Canada, our laws make these crimes legal. And the secrecy of our laws is something I didn't know about then, but the bottom line is that the majority of the crimes in Canada, including what happens to the blacks, is all done in secret because we have secret filing laws and no right to know legislation. My client's wife flew to get the money, and I met her across the street in a restaurant. The money was in a bag, around $250,000, if memory serves me correctly. Martin Hoffman, the president, and his brother Alan freaked out at what I did. But hey, I said, let the TD get screwed. Nobody gets to do that on my watch. If I was not too sick or crippled in pain, I had a great brain with hypnogenetic imagery analysis. The only way anyone could take advantage of me was to drug me. And plenty did just that all my life. 1980, Bruce Russell, my partner and lover, pushed me to get a real estate license. With his help, I became a successful real estate woman in Canada with Royal Trust. My manager knew I was handicapped and arranged for my disability insurance with Royal Trust, so I would not lose my homes if I became incapable of working. By 1981, I had purchased 2 more properties, believing I had prepared myself for the worst. Both properties would in time net me millions. The tenants would be paying the mortgages and taking care of me. I rewarded them with lower rent, and they did look after me the best they could. So what went wrong? Well, instead of working with millionaires, which I had people begging me to do, I kept working with the poor, working class, and even helping people on welfare own a home or an apartment for rental to help pay the mortgage. People, Hindus, blacks, all people of all walks of life. I loved helping people buy a property. And it was not just a home. I taught them how to make it an investment so that they could retire with more money than they ever dreamed possible. I did not dislike millionaires. I loved one so much I almost married him. I dated them, hung out with them, danced and had dinner with them. My Americans said, "Trudy, you are reverse prejudiced." It was true in a way. I did not like Cadillacs, fancy cars, minks, and hated diamonds. I preferred cheap fake jewelry that was fun to wear. I made, created, and designed my own clothes, but when a millionaire wanted me to become a designer and put me into a business of my own, I refused. I don't like making designs for other people who can tell me what they want or like. I want my own creations for myself. It's my art. I frustrated a lot of men who did care and tried to help me. I don't know why I was not interested in becoming wealthy or famous. My dream had been to be a dancer on Broadway, and I almost made it. Then during rehearsal, I took an attack, and that was the end of that dream. I spent the next decade in and out of attacks, struggling to get to my feet. Agonizing, crippling attacks never were predictable. Sometimes I'd lose my legs, but not my money. Other times the attacks caused horrific blackouts, lasting a month or a week. Yet I always managed to get to my feet. If I could, I walked shopping for hours for exercise. 1972 to 77 were my ballroom dance years, living with a sadistic man, Fred Winstanley, who pretended that loving me made him so ill I had to support him. And I did, for years, until Eloise Yost of TVO fame, Toronto, sat me down, made me promise to dump that lazy jerk and get myself free. I explained how my mother told me that this was love, including the men that raped me. Elio was appalled and explained that this is not love and your mother is a very sick woman. And he made me promise. So I promised, and I did. I booked Fred a job in South Africa, shipped him off, sold my properties at a terrible loss, and moved to an apartment in Upper Beaches with my cat, my best friend. I called her Choo Choo from a noise she made wanting me to hug her. We had a great love affair, inseparable. She skied with me, hung on to my windmass, lay on my chest in the water when I floated in the air mattress at Wasaga Beach. She walked on a leash like a dog. We had a language we understood. If I was too sick to eat, she'd climb on top of me, crying, making me follow her to the kitchen, and make a meal of spaghetti, both our favorite meals. Choo-Choo sat by me at a table refusing to eat her spaghetti unless I ate mine. Her cry spoke volumes, and she kept me alive for 12 years doing that. My cat was a neutered female. My next-door neighbor had a neutered black cat, Blackie, and Choo-Choo were both spayed, but they loved each other dearly. If Blackie did not see Choo-Choo for a few days, he'd sit on the porch and cry for her. And my Choo-Choo did the same. They would play, lick, and cuddle together, and it was truly amazing to watch them together. Then Blackie was poisoned by a neighbor. Choo-Choo cried for over a month, sitting on the porch crying. Both my neighbor and I got tears watching her suffering. It took months for her to finally accept Blackie was never gone. What I failed to mention here is that I took her away to the cottage, and I had her away from the house as much as I could, and I took her dancing, and I took her to friends. And I tried to distract her so that eventually the memory dimmed. But she was never the same. And if I put her on the porch for fresh air, she just sat there, not playing and romping like she used to. So I took her to a neighbor's house for exercise so that she would not be so sad. At a grocer, she sat in a little harness in the cart, and everyone loved her. That's my Choo-Choo at the cabin and on a camping trip. I took her everywhere. She wind-sailed with me, yes she did. She hung on to the mast and she wind-sailed with me. Sometimes I made terrible decisions in a blackout from which I would scramble to recover my losses. I had 2 weddings and no marriages. Both men were psychopaths, drugged me to get married. 1969 was the first, and I've already mentioned that to you. And apparently the reason I found out years later that he did it was the owner of the company he worked for was a religious idiot, and he could not be promoted unless he got married. But that doesn't account for him wanting to kill me. 1982 was the second. He drugged me to get married to get access to my credit cards and racked up enough to put me $48,000 in debt. And he canceled out and cleaned out my bank accounts. The police refused to help me. As soon as I came to, I filed for a divorce, but I never got it. And that's another story for another time. Well, let's just say that more than 20 years later, he found himself another sucker and he filed for the divorce. 1983, I was held hostage and brutally anally raped by James the Beast and tortured. He was a maniac, a sadistic maniac. Twice I nearly escaped, but both times my mother manipulated me in going back to him. She insisted that he truly loved me, and saying that he could not help himself because he loved me too much. Hard to explain, but I was so traumatized. I had no memory of anything he did to me until decades later. I spent those 5 months held hostage by James the Beast with no memory of anything of what he had done to me, despite the witnesses who saw what he did, and no one ever tried to help me. Twice I suspected he was drugging me and went to the police for help, but they refused. Eventually, I had to sell one of my homes to gain my freedom, and I paid him $7,000 to let me go. He used the money to go to Ireland, and I prayed that he would get killed in a drunken brawl. As far as I know, he never came back from Ireland, and so with luck, I hope that's what happened to him. But the police in all cases in my life refused to help me. I worked whenever I could, typing at night for stockbrokers, boiler factories, modeling for Falconbridge nickel mines, quick easy cash as a bunny girl. Yes, I jump around, but my life was a torturous nightmare, and I had so many months of blackouts that I have only brief, fleeting memories, such as that beautiful black lawyer, and I don't know his name, and I'll never remember his name, because I don't have that kind of memory. To get well, you name it, I tried it. I took flamenco dance lessons, surf sailed, fished with a sports pal canoe. I belly danced with the Turks and the Arabs. I boogied with Jamaicans and Trinidadians and Caribbeans. I climbed in winter skiing, both cross-country and downhill. I tried every diet known to mankind. I was rescued by a black neighbor, Seventh-day Adventist, who tried to help me. Often I was booked into the Seventh-day Adventist hospital in Toronto, where I always got better, but frankly never diagnosed and never cured. Today I know it's because of our medical training specifically deletes from their education any knowledge about toxic chemical poisonings and how to treat it. That's 1970 when I did a model job for Falcon Ridge Nickel Mines. And it is a favorite of mine. And it shows you what I looked like in 1969 to 1970. And this is me in 1980. And this is me in my first house. I don't have a picture of my cat on my windsail with me. I don't know what happened when somebody took a picture and promised to send it to me, and they never did. And that's 1981. I was published in the Globe and Mail. It's when I took out my real estate license, which really was a mistake, because at least at the art shop I had disability insurance. I made national leaders in 1983. Even though I was 5 months catatonic and held hostage, I still managed to make national leaders. I don't know how I did half of what I did. Yeah, that's a painful memory for me, what my manager did to me there. I had the respect of thousands in the stock market and real estate market and businessmen from all over the world. My future was secure with my homes, or so I believed. I had the Disability Royal Trust insurance. What more did I need? I could never have imagined that one day the attack would rob me of my brain, my memory would just never return, and nothing I did could reverse the crippling, paralyzing attacks. The Seventh-day Adventists and the black community really had a lot to do with keeping me alive for 12 years. Dr. Galley, as psychiatrist, and Dr. Keltz, my family physician, both ignored my plight. And I'm going to stop it here. My voice is running out, and this is just another really painful memory. I'll get to it later. I have to tell you that I'm in excruciating pain, and I have a tumor, and I just find this so painful. I wish to God I didn't have to do this. I don't think my writing is very good. I've done the best I can, considering that at the age of 42, I lost my memory and I couldn't read or write, and it's taken me over 27 years to be able to write coherently. But it's still not good enough, I don't believe. But Anyway, I'm just going to keep trying. Gosh, almost 200 pages to go. Anyway, 1982. Rather than lose the 2 homes and investments I had left, I made a deal with my ex-partner, Bruce Rusnell of Gremac Corporation. He was major shareholders were Mennonites, and that was quite a scandal I won't go into. But when Bruce got involved in an illegal bathhouse, I phoned them and warned them to sell off their stocks, which they did. And I saved them millions of money. And they would have, they were a Mennonite corporation. They would have gone bankrupt and been involved in a terrible, terrible fraudulent scandal. And I'm very glad to say that I saved them from that. And I saved his ex-wife, but I couldn't save everybody. I tried, but not everybody was willing to listen. Bruce had lost all sense of morality, and he was trying to create a scam to get new shareholders, but the truth is, if anyone bought in, I knew the police were going to shut down his illegal operations. I warned him, but he just laughed at me. Now, we had been friends since 1972. No, 1970. So that's 10 years. And at the cocktail party, I met Eddie Shack. He was a hockey player from Sudbury, quite famous in his day, and we grew up together. I had stayed friends with his mother over the years, Mrs. Shack, because I continued to come back to Sudbury for visits, and I always went to visit her and Allie Oystrick. And Eddie used to drive me crazy as a teenager. He'd stop his car with the roof down, and it was like, I don't know that it was a Cadillac, but it was, he'd put the roof down, and he'd holler across the street, "Hey, Trudi, want a F word?" And I'd holler back, "What did I tell you the last time?" And he'd holler, "Oh, just tell me one more time." And I'd scream, "No." And then we'd laugh like crazy. Now, we just did that a lot. And it was like an inside joke, because I really wasn't sexually active other than the rapes. And the line got around, and it became famous even in Toronto. And that leads me to a kind of a funny story that I'm going to share. Because I don't have a lot of funny stories, but this one is really quite cute. Stan Getz of saxophone fame was playing at the town tavern. And every time I walked in, he'd say that to me. And Bob Levant, who bought up a lot of property in what is now Yorkville and became a multimillionaire, said it every time I went into his club. The truth was, compared to most, I was a prude about sex. I never approved of the multiple sex games going on at the time. And Ronnie Harding, for years, protected me as well, as did Ronnie Farah. And Ronnie Harding became famous, but his success had spiraled out of control in a drunken stupor. And my dearest friend, on his way to Paris as a famous hairdresser, he took LSD one time too many and wound up a brain-damaged vegetable, institutionalized for life. And Joe Fabreau's nephew, Joe Fabre was the mayor of Sudbury, his nephew and I were dear friends, and we partied all over Toronto. And one day he took a hit of LSD, and on the rooftop of a downtown hotel, the Plaza Hotel on Bay Street at a cocktail party, he gave me a hug, and he swung around saying, "I'm a bird, I can fly," and he flew right past me to his death. I saw so much tragedy during the 60s. So much. And 70s. Now, Eddie had as I say, was a famous hockey player, and he was truthfully, despite severe dyslexia, a very smart businessman. He married a wonderful woman who stood by him, and at Bruce's cocktail party, surprised, I had not seen Eddie since we were teenagers. I warned him not to get involved in the Grey Mac stocks. I couldn't go into detail, but I said some big shot overheard my comments and wanted to know why. And I said, shit's going down and some poor schmuck's going to go and do jail time while the real criminals get away with it scot-free. Now, Bruce Russell was once a very high-powered multimillionaire. And due to his insane decisions, despite being a mortgage broker and successful for over 20 years, was doomed to plummet in a drunken haze facing bankruptcy. I called his ex-wife, and I called his partner, Mr. McKay, and I called his lawyer, and I warned everybody. But his lawyer lost almost $2 million because of Bruce, and Plenty lost a lot more than that, including his secretary. Drowning in debt, Bruce offered me listings on 28 of his properties, provided I gave him half the commissions. I agreed, since, as you well know by now, I'm not greedy for money. And it meant that I could pay off the debts that my criminally insane husband had cost me, so I didn't care. I worked feverishly round the clock, and I made the National Leaders Club in Canada from coast to coast. I thought I'd be safe. I had my 2 real estate properties, and I had really good tenants. But my manager at Royal Trust was so angry with me giving up 50% of my commission, which he never understood the behavior of an alcoholic. So instead of supporting me, he abandoned me, leaving me helpless. And when I took so sick, and I was held hostage, first in '82 with my so-called husband, the police wouldn't help me with all the fraud that he committed. And then in '83 with the fraud and held hostage by James the Beast. It would be many years before I would even discover he'd been anal raping me and beating me up. Several times, even though I had no memory of what he was doing to me, I tried to get away. There were witnesses of what he was doing, but they pretended I was just having nightmares and there was nothing wrong. The last time I tried to leave him, my mother urged me to stay with him, just as she'd always done all my life with every rapist. They can't help themselves. They love you too much. And it made it like it was all my fault somehow. That's how I wound up with Fred for 7 years. No, he wasn't a rapist, but he was certainly really abusive. That was always her answer for everything that the monstrous men that they did to me. Now this time, she said I couldn't support myself. I needed him. He was cleaning me out, ripping me off for all my money, and what can I say? My uncle, Evan Lavallee, her brother, my mother's brother, tried to tell her what he suspected James was doing to me, but she wouldn't believe it. So due to James drugging me so extensively and the horrific trauma from his brutality and the anal rapes of which I had no memory, I had traumatic amnesia, it's called, and I lived and worked in a blackout for 5 months. Today I can remember in detail in flashbacks, and that several times I went by taxi in excruciating pain and bleeding anally and from the vagina. And a woman doctor saw that the blood was from the anus and assumed it was consensual without even asking me and threw me out with no treatment, calling me a whore. That was at the Mount Sinai Hospital. Now what you have to understand is I had been in that hospital since 1966 and they had a long record of me, and she didn't even bother to look it up. So you know what I'm saying? It's not always the men. Sometimes the women are just as evil. She didn't even tell me that I had been anally raped. And it was violent, so that I was ripped to shreds. Dazed, confused, and bleeding and bruised and cuts from head to toe in agony, I take a taxi home. Today I can see the rapes and him ramming beer into my mouth and bleeding. And he held me by my long hair and forcing the beer down me. And when I collapsed on the kitchen floor in front of witnesses, there were other people there. He dragged me down the stairs by my hair, breaking my ribs, which I never knew until many years later. As I said, I had traumatic amnesia. And he proceeded to ram his filthy thing into me over and over again. These are not memories, but flashback visions, which, to survive, I have to suppress. It's just too painful. And despite all the witnesses, I had no escape for 5 months. And I knew he was doing something, and the neighbors heard my screams, and they never lifted a finger. And because he was stealing from me, I went to the police, and they wouldn't help me either. So I don't know how to adequately describe in words what it was like to live in blackouts and traumatized with no memory of the horrific, violent, sadistic brutality that James inflicted, and the society at large, and my doctors abandoning me. So yes, I sold a house to buy my freedom. And I'm going to let you read this because it's too hard for me to keep talking about it. All I knew was that I had to escape. I sold my precious Upper Beats home that was supposed to be my paradise where I would retire to. Paid off what debts I had, and I gave him $7,000 and bought my freedom. I tried to go back to work. December 1983. But it was too late. And by January, I could no longer read or write below the level of a child. I could still type and drive my car, and that was it. One night I drove to North York to a Jamaican bar to dance. Their injuries I had sustained from the rapes all ripped inside both the vagina and the anus while dancing. Suddenly blood gushed down my legs. A young Jamaican black man came to my rescue and drove me to a nearby hospital. And once again, a female doctor, showing her prejudice of me with a black man, assuming I'd had violent sex without even asking a question, took a quick look, and in an icy cold stare, cold as the Antarctic, "She's not bleeding enough to die," turned her back and callously walked away. My Jamaican black young hero was sick with disgust as I collapsed in his arms. I became conscious a few days later. He had taken me home and looked after me for days with his grandmother's recipe of soup and some kind of herbs. And when I recovered enough to walk, he said, "Trudi, I leave this damn country, damn treat sick, lonely, lovely girl like you this way, me no stay, me go back Jamaica, damn no treat women this way." His accent was very thick, and frankly, he had no real skills. I thought he would have a hard time in Toronto. I don't remember much after that. But I had a lot of help, people in construction. I certainly would have gotten him work, I know that. But I collapsed. And I never fully recovered. I don't remember much after that. I begged my doctors to sign my Royal Trust disability, and they refused. And as a direct result, I lost everything. My duplex was sold to cover the rest of my debts. If my lawyers had not been so sadistic, I'd still have that home, my disability, and the tenants would have more than covered me for the rest of my life. Instead, I wound up on the streets homeless. Drowning in despair, I decided to kill myself. My life was just not worth living. By March 1984, I was dying a slow death, painful, beyond anything you can imagine. I had nothing left to live for. This is me. I'm still like that. I eat and I pass out. My immune system had collapsed and I had what they called metabolic breakdown. But I didn't know that. No doctor ever told me that. People would just put me to bed. I always woke up sick and pain and migraines and nauseas, and I often had stomach convulsions since the age of 6. Coffee several times a day was all I could tolerate, but it was no cure. But it got me to my feet so that I worked up until 1984. And then that was it. I was done. That's how I went to school. That's how I got an education. That's how I worked in my many careers. I never ate till late at night. And no doctor ever helped me in any way in Canada. And then my entire body and brain fully collapsed. And there was no turning back for me. The sun set like dripping blood. And I'm going to cut it off here. This is just too painful. I'll let you read it. I'm not going to say it. I stood there on the banks on the edge of a cliff, and thick chunks of red blood were gushing down my legs. And I didn't know why. I just knew I had to die. It was my only hope for freedom. So I drove my car, and it suddenly stopped. 50 miles an hour, and it stopped 3 feet from the edge. Furious, I got out, gazed in confusion at the blood-red sky, and in fury, screaming, cursing at a God I did not understand to let me die. And a ball of light suddenly came down out of the sky and wrapped me in a pink cloud, picked me up, and gently put me in the back seat of my car. And as I lay there, the pink cloud seemed to wrap around me, and it put me... I'm sorry, I can't do this no more. I'm just too sick and it's too painful. You're going to have to get somebody to read it to you. I'm going to just leave it for a few minutes and freeze it, and you can read it. Because I just can't. It's too painful, it's too hard. And since I'm doing it for 200 years from now, what difference does it make? So I left Toronto, the city that I loved, almost as much as I loved life, and all the people that I loved. Well, I'd lost them all. There was no one left. I had one client, no, 2, who tried to help me, but there was just nothing that could be done. When my doctors refused me the disability, they just destroyed my life. There was nothing more that could be done. I gave all my furniture and my clothes to the Salvation Army, and I still had my cabin on my parents' property, and I stored as much as I could there. But I couldn't make full sentences. I could only show it's me this, me that. My speech was completely impaired. So I was on the streets for almost 2.5 years. I went into AA, And there I found a great deal of compassion, especially the people in Georgian Bay District in Collingwood and Wasaga Beach. And there were people in Toronto who stood by me that were in AA and helped me as much as they could. But I was abandoned by my family. In Collingwood, you know, I was treated with respect because they still remembered me. And little by little, I tried to research disease caused by chemicals. I didn't know what the cause of my disease was, but because I was in AA, I researched alcohol as a disease caused by being poisoned, and it just seemed a logical thing to do. And I wasn't in AA because I was shy. That certainly wasn't my experience. And living in that old shack, all the children were so kind to me. I have such lovely memories of the children. And then someone got me on welfare eventually. And I was really doing well for a short period of time. And my mother once again sabotaged my recovery. And my father threw me out in a blizzard. Dr. Budra at the Sudbury Hospital said I was chemically hypersensitive, but I didn't have enough of a brain functional that I understood what that meant. I just knew that how come he knew something that no other doctor did? And he said, I read American journals. It tells you a lot about Canadian medicine. That's my mother, my sick psychopathic mother, me in the middle, sober 1 year, and my beautiful French grandmother, Adrienne, born at Trahan, married Albert Lavalley, had 16 children, and she was the only member of my family on both sides that stood by me, right to her death. She made me, that was the last quilt she made. And because I was living in a shack and it was really quite dirty, she had made me another one that was really beautiful, and it was on a white background with multicolors. And my mother never gave it to me because it would get dirty. She hid it on me. And I used this one, but the truth is I didn't really use it. I just cuddled with it, something to remember somebody loved me. I gave it away to a cousin of mine who was kind of ostracized from the family as well because she wasn't French. Yeah, every time I tried to get well, something terrible would happen to me. I crawled on my hands and knees for what seemed like hours, soaking wet. There was snow on the ground. And everybody drove by me. The cruelty in Sudbury is not something I'm ever likely to forget. And the apartment. They knew I had allergies, and yet they didn't tell me that the apartment was really an old garage, and next door the gas fumes from their car bled into my apartment. You know, It's the kind of cruelty that I was a victim of, on and on and on and on. Never, never stopped. I took a paralyzing attack in AA, in a church, at Christ the King Church. And Tom Murphy, who was now become a friend of mine, he couldn't help me, couldn't lift me. I was dead body weight. So that's where Dan McIsaac came into my life. I was happy for many months because of those two men. But it wasn't going to last. That's Dan, when we met at a sober dance, New Year's, December 31st, 1985. He bought me books to read. He made me listen to country music, and he gave me exercises. Tom drove me all the way to Sunnybrook Hospital. I'm in a flashback as I read it. That doctor, that rotten, cruel monster, telling me that I had metabolic breakdown and not explaining to me what that even meant, and pitching me out. And I was still on basic welfare with no disability assistance whatsoever. Unbelievable, the cruelty. Tom was so furious he cursed up and down, and to calm him down we went dancing at a disco. As long as there was music and people dancing, I'd forget about the pain and I would feel alive. So I took him to a gay disco bar. At first he was shocked. You know, I didn't have any kind of prejudices. I'm the opposite of a racist. I just, there's good people and I'm not in between and evil. I was friends with gays and lesbians and all colors and all races and all religions. Dan was so angry with what that doctor said to me and doing nothing that he bought me a bunch of books to start me doing my own research. The first thing he did was get me off salt. And the second thing was that he got me on welfare. Well, that should have made a difference in my life, but it didn't. It made it worse. I was better off on the streets, passed from man to man like a piece of meat, because what this doctor did to me was just so unbelievable. He was a psychopath, and he forced me to take Benadryl. And yet it was on record by Dr. Boudreau not to put me on it on a daily basis. I never understood why, but I'll tell you why right now. Because I'm chemically hypersensitive, and what would happen is I would become immune to it, and I would go into toxic shock syndrome, and I would die. And Benadryl's killed a lot of people. Tom saved my life. But once again, my mother. And she wheeled me into that hospital and left me there to die. And what seemed like an eternity, that's when I had a visitation from the dead, Bob Temple. And I'm going to let you read it. I'm not going to go into detail talking about it anymore. I can't, because it's just too painful. Yes, and let us not forget, she had the gall to say, if I had died, I'd be a story. I cursed that woman for years. She died with cancer. I outlived the bitch. So I managed to escape, but I was terminal now. I couldn't live with Benadryl and I couldn't live without them. And I had to live with starving. I couldn't eat. I was in convulsions. So all I had was bottled water. And somehow or other I phoned Brantford and they said they would help me. And Tom drove me there. Well, that was another mistake. They did not help me. They just made it worse. And then Bob came to me again. And only this time he said, you cannot die, you have work to do. Millions of children will be poisoned as you, and they will have your disease. And he kept telling me that I had to do the research on my disease, and I had to write my story, because it would save millions of children 200 years from now. So that's why I'm doing this. But I'm going to make this one much shorter, because I just can't keep talking about it. It's just too painful. I'm in too much pain. I'm sick. I have a tumor that's doing nerve damage, and this is just too hard on me. So you read it. And if you can't read, get somebody to read it to you, if you care. And if you don't, well, the life you save, not my problem. And in brutal, brutal torture, I got dressed and I shuffled out into the cold wind, God's loving caresses. And he led me to a coffee shop where there was going to be someone to help me. And in came a policeman. His brother had been murdered by doctors in Hamilton. They did to him what they did to me. And Tom came and picked me up, but he had to go back to work, so he had to leave me in the cabin. But I was slowly weaning off the Benadryl, and in a coffee shop, a man told me that there was a doctor that would help me. The doctor that would help me was Dr. Cowan. And he's not just a doctor, he's a forensic scientist. And that means he understands chemical poisoning. I remember struggling, screaming at my foot, left foot move, right foot move, and I shuffled along that beach. And at some points, I fell to my knees and I crawled to a nearby fence and I used the brute strength of my arms to get me to my feet. See, I didn't have my car. Tom had driven me there. He was going to make arrangements to bring my car down. But I was there by myself for a number of weeks. And I knew that I was going to die if I didn't get to this doctor. Because the visions kept telling me I had to go. I had to do it. I had to survive. It was October. And there wasn't any real ice on the water along that ocean-like beach. But it was bitter cold, and the cold definitely made me feel much better. Dr. Cowan was waiting for me, and we talked for a long time. And there's so much that I have to skip because it's just not that important. And there was a man in Toronto who phoned. Some neighbor had told him about me, and he offered me his cottage. And Dan came down and spent Christmas with me. And the people in AA rallied round me as much as they could. And you know, despite the pain that I was in, I was happy. I had a kind of peace. I really believed I was going to be okay. I really believed I was going to survive. I worked so hard to save you and your children. And this is an American scientist who helped me. Wonderful man. But nothing got me well and nothing cured. And I'm going to leave it here. This is a photograph of Dr. Dean, who tried to help me. And in so doing, she went on TVO and talked about me and became harassed. And I told her, get out of Canada. Because this is 1987. And this is 2020 that I'm talking to you. And nothing's changed. Health Canada is the most corrupt agency on the planet. Chemical poisoning is not legally recognized, and they are still trying, well, they've done it before and they're doing it again. They're trying to block us from having any holistic medicine, any health supplements. They want to put everything in the hands of the drug company. But I have dangerously low T and B cell function. And this is, sorry. And that's me walking the streets researching. Yep. That's the first Wilson gas mask that Dan McIsaac gave Tom to deliver to me. It was rubber, very painful. I had to use double filters, but it kept me alive. It didn't make me well, but it kept me alive. And Dr. Dean went to New York, and I never heard from her again. It's one of my favorite pictures. I like collages. That's my bubble gas mask. That came later. This is after Dr. Lynch tried to murder me. And a military man helped me. And the shack that I was abandoned in, and for 3 years the children children encouraged me to research. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old. Timmy was 9, and for 3 years he helped to take care of me. He was my little hero. I lost that lovely handbook. I wanted to keep it as a keepsake. Not that anything in it actually helped me. I used many methods of detoxification, and I would have brief periods of being well, and then I would collapse again. And I did put all that research out on a separate YouTube. That's Jason. Kind of grew up together. He loved me so much, he said he'd give me one of his legs if he could, but it was too short for me. I had taken a major attack, and the pain is like being electrocuted. There's no words to describe what the pain of my attacks are like. Death would have been a welcome relief. But those children encouraged me to keep at it. And that's Timmy, my hero, with his sister Cassandra. He's a grown-up young man today with a family of his own. Only one person that met me during my later years of research still keeps in touch with me, but I've lost touch with everybody. In 1988, I got a wonderful article in the Collingwood newspaper. And I received calls from victims all over. And there were so many. So many. But Canadians overall and the media just didn't care, and the politicians didn't care, and the doctors didn't care. Mrs. Graham, for a long time at the Washington Post, kept my research in case I died. But when she died, her son returned it all to me. Wasn't very coherent, very bad attempts to try to write my story. But no matter what I did, I was able to get an awful lot of victims well, everyone but myself. I was so full of hope. But there was no evidence in Canada, yet there was lots of evidence in the United States. All kinds of evidence. And doctors were trained to not know, trained to ignore it, that we're being systemically poisoned. I went on mistletoe for the liver. I did all kinds of detoxification methods that I'm not going to go into here, because nothing was 100%. And Dr. Stephen Levine, well, he was also a victim, and he came up with a supplement that worked on him, but it didn't work on me. I don't know if you can read that. Anyway, you can freeze it to read it. I'm moving on. That Collingwood article was very detailed, and I mailed copies all over North America, Europe, England, everywhere, searching for help. And I actually did get scientists who tried to help me. It's just they didn't have any answers. Everything I tried on me didn't work. I'd get well very shortly, for a few hours, for a day, even a month. And then I would take an attack and I never knew why. Yeah, I got really upset with people saying everything happens for a reason. It was just meant to be. Yeah, well, I hope you get my goddamn disease, you jerks. I hate these slogans and I hate these one-liners that people, that's the big article. Yeah, it was really good. But I can't make it so that you can read it. I'm sorry. But I had an awful lot of support in Georgian Bay because of this article. I should have never left. That was my mother again. Sacrifice everything to rescue her from abject poverty. I'm such an idiot. The only thing I knew was that I had to flush and purge and get everything out of me. That means everything in my stomach, bowels, intestines, the works. It's called purging. Now, it's a hell of a way to live. And distilled water. Well, I've gotten poisoned on distilled water. You know why? Not because of the water, but because of the spout wound up getting mold. I am a bubble person. I live in a gas mask since 1986. Oh, that's a funny story. Me trying to get well. See, I'm always better in winter. Ran into a mountain lion. What can I say? That's just my friggin' luck. Another time my mother made me sick. Only one example out of the thousands, hundreds of thousands of times that she did it to me. And I wonder how many other parents are doing that to their children, just like my parents did to me. Millions. I'll tell you right now, there's millions. I did some volunteer in the children's jail. Met a lovely 9-year-old boy who was a drug pusher. Then I got another article in the Northern Life. I don't have a copy of this wonderful article. I wanted the picture that Jim Brown took of me in the bubble gas mask equipment, and the managing editor refused. What a bitch. My father had sabotaged me with the media. So I wound up getting blackballed. And I had no more Canadian media help whatsoever. Small Town did try to help me in 1989. Sorry you can't read that one either. It's the Walden Observer, February 4th, 1989. YouTube doesn't allow us to make slides anymore, and if I put a slide with all of these on iMovie, it moves around and you can't really read it. So I'm sorry. But it was a pretty good article. The editor helped me with that. But at this point, 1989, I took another major attack and I was terminal, and I just simply couldn't keep searching for victims. I saved a lot of people, and I'm grateful for that. I gave a talk at a military base, and what I was able to do with the help of the Steelworkers Union, I was able to get the military and the Steelworkers Union in the United States, not Canada. Canada didn't give a shit, to get better gas mask equipment for all of the men in the mines, and the military and the fire department. Do you know that when I began this research in '86, they didn't even have a gas mask in the fire department? Nowhere in Ontario. And I used my research that Americans gave me from scientific agencies, and I sent it to them. And I got them to fight to get better equipment for themselves. Bayside in Collingwood, and a number of people, I helped them develop a business, a non-toxic business. Now, my cousin Regine was 9 years old, took one attack, and he was found on the next day on the floor dead. I know he had my disease. He was not properly diagnosed because we're not. There's no legal recognition for us. Now, this was a really great article. Chris Hedrick wrote it. And I got a lot of leverage out of this article. The MSA sent me this little gas mask, and that's the one I used. They also sent me the bubble gas mask, which was important because, you know what? People wouldn't talk to you if you're wearing a mask like that. They were afraid of me. And then a con artist from California used the article because I was terminal, and he said there was a drug, Obertrol, that would help me. The Amazing Bubble Woman, that's me. Yeah. I did make it to New York. They made special arrangements for me, and I flew on the plane in my bubble gas mask. He raped me, stole $40,000, and all my research in my album. But here's the deal. Obertrol worked. So I had proven my own theory that it was in my brain and it was a brain malfunction. And like a dead battery, I needed to recharge it. And it's a unique amphetamine, and not any amphetamine will work. They don't work at all. And you can't get this one because it's off the market. It's too cheap. I had a wonderful, wonderful 4 days in New York. I didn't care about the rape. I didn't care about anything. I have that one moment, and I have no pictures of it, but my God, I was gorgeous. And I danced at the Park Plaza Hotel Disco, surrounded by armed guards, with an audience of about 300 or more. And I danced like I haven't danced never before. It worked. It charged my brain. I still couldn't write, and I still didn't have memory. But my legs were getting the signal from the brain to my legs. So I ate without getting sick. Well, of course, MSG was banned in New York. That's hindsight. But oh God, it was so wonderful. It was so wonderful. Most incredible 4 days of my life. That was in May 1989. And that's what I looked like in New York. I was gorgeous. Dan took that picture of me after I got back. Obertrol lasted 2.5 months. There were a number of other small articles. The Sudbury Star did one on Obertrol, but it was really pointless because after 2.5 months, it started all over again. But what's worse is I got a backlash. And I wrote to the Prime Minister of Ontario, David Peterson, and he rescued me. And he helped me get the hell out of town. Living in Collingwood under the tutelage and mentorship of Red Whitehead was pretty incredible. I had the support of the police and scientists and Americans and thousands of people from every walk of life. And no, I wasn't cured. And yes, I took attacks. But after being so brutally tortured and abandoned and treated so badly, I was in paradise. But moving into that beach apartment, I should have never left Collingwood. I got poisoned in the apartment. And the management were really cruel to me. Until a lawyer stepped in and he fought to help me. And a German baker cooked for me. But then in 1994, I was terminal again. Just like I was at the age of 42. Just like I was when Dr. Lynch tried to poison me. All that work, skiing and climbing mountains and fighting to get my muscles, and everything crashed. But the German baker, he told me the Nazis had been behind creating canola oil, and that was the cause of my disease. And Monsanto. Well, by now I knew all about rapeseed, and a letter from England told me about that, but I didn't know it was in my diet. And I didn't know how I was getting it. I never ate it by choice. I never bought it. Yeah, that's canola oil. It's poison. There were a lot of articles in Prince Charles fought it. Well, he was maligned. Jeez, the British tabloids are really rotten people. Unbelievable how they get away with what they do. They tell such lies and they destroy lives, and they should be run out of business and put in jail. But it's not much better in Canada, so what can I say? But yeah, it was well known. Well known. But I was sure grateful for this little mask. And because of the media publicity, people would still talk to me now. I didn't have to use the bubble mask anymore. Tom died. He was given a drug that caused brain damage and schizophrenia, and he died a slow and painful death. And when he died, he didn't even know who I was. I met him just one time, and he was a raving lunatic. But there is my beloved Tom. Yes, we had one beautiful summer together, and he helped me so much with my research. We'll meet again in that other universe. In 1996, I got another tabloid article. But it really didn't do what I thought it was going to do. And okra. This is the most important part of my story. Okra reverses and rejuvenates my brain just like Obitrol. And that's why I can walk, and that's why I can dance. And no, not every day. I'm not cured. At 78, I'm getting worse. You don't get better with age. It's not like a good wine. But it's kept me alive, and I've had some really lovely moments because of okra. It's just very hard to get here. So I had to fight with management and get support. And how the discovery of okra, well, you'll have to read it because I'm just too exhausted to keep talking about it. But it's an amazing story. I got it in a vision. Yeah, terminal, this is what I did. Not bad for a worthless bitch. That's what my father used to call me, a worthless bitch. Because if I couldn't make money, I wasn't worth keeping alive. Hans was the most disappointing. They're the only place in Canada that kept all my research, but they never published anything, and they didn't warn the public, and they didn't do anything with it. So it just sits in files collecting dust. And all the research that was in the library in the United States, it's gone. Today I know that many are being born with my disease, Parkinsonism. I kept hoping that somebody would publish my story and it would be preserved. But this is it, YouTube. That's all I have is YouTube. I worked so hard after I got the okra, you see. I got a tricycle and I got a walker, and the lawyer that helped straighten out the management at that apartment, they became very, very supportive to me, and got me rollerblades. And once again, I was so happy. I thought, this is it. I've made it. It's done. I'm going to get published. I'm going to be well. I'll never be poisoned again. Started dyeing my hair because I couldn't, I was going gray, and I needed to look pretty. I was afraid if I didn't look pretty, people wouldn't talk to me. It's probably true. Oh, yes. When I took that attack, just before I had the vision on okra, the children all gathered around me. They hugged me, encouraged me, and they loved me. They didn't want me to die. And yes, okra saved my life. That millionaire who offered to help and teach me how to operate a computer, he died. He had a heart defect. But he lived a lot longer than he would have with the help of his girlfriend. Everything was organic, and she owned a farm. So some of my research helped keep him alive for a few more years. So it wasn't a total waste, although it feels like it. And yeah, that's what I looked like when the okra reversed the attack. I could look 110 in an attack. And then in 1998, I got a wonderful article in Collingwood. And if only it had been picked up by national media or the internet, millions of lives would have been saved. But you know what happened? Okay, a few hundred people maybe, but Vitality magazine finally, many decades later, published an article and only one person was interested. I mean, no one in for losing. Some of this is on Google, but I don't know how to share Google Docs to the internet. It's on Facebook, of course. Everything I've got here is on Facebook, but the minute I die, it will disappear. And I'm going to leave it here. This is a jumbled mess, I know. Because that's my life. My life is a jumbled mess. 2005, a farmer rescued me. I took a major attack, moving back to Sudbury, which was the mistake of my life. Again, my mother sabotaged my work. And all those thousands of people who were going to help me publish, they're gone. I just keep making mistakes. But I had a wonderful 6 weeks on that farm. And then he took a stroke. I think it was from diesel fumes, and he went completely insane. And I had to leave. But I reconnected with Dr. Boudra. And he corrected my file so that I would be safe to go to the hospital if I ever needed to go. And that'll never happen to me again, what Dr. Lynch did to me. And he saved my mother many times, too many times to count. Because my mother is so psychotic. She would eat behind my back something she was allergic to. She would take a drug behind my back that would cause a brain damage, which she did. Took me 6 months, but with the okra detox that I have developed, her brain was fully restored and full memory. And at 98, she died. She had full memory, thanks to okra. I had a wonderful time here. And then they canceled this sturgeon. They made millions of dollars every year on this fiddle in Sturgeon Falls. But one guy was running it. And when the one guy got sick and couldn't keep doing it, the council canceled it. Cut off your nose to spite your face. Typically Canadian. But while there, I took a really bad attack from cigar fumes. And a young man with Down syndrome helped me get me to my car. Make a long story short, you can read it. A native Indian helped me into the coffee shop, and I survived. This was the best year of my life. I finally knew the canola oil, and I banned all Canadian food because it's in our food and it's not on the label. And I had reconnected with Dan, and I climbed 2,000 feet up at 71. 1 year, I was perfect. 1 year. My body was magnificent. That's me at 72, my mother 94. I was gorgeous. Yep, I was gorgeous. I went ballroom dancing. I lived more in that 1 year than most people live in an entire lifetime. Once more, I was deliriously happy. I thought I'd made it. And with the help of Len Voisey, I was now creating a website, and I was so sure that people would care. I was so sure that everything would get published. God, how could I have been so wrong? Wasn't I pretty? Yep, I was certainly pretty. And then I got hit by a tumor. Look how the rolls, I started to get fat. Tumor took me down really bad. And it set me back. 1984 all over again. I could barely talk. I could read, but I couldn't write. So Len finished my website for me, he finished it for me. I took a mild heart attack trying to do it myself, and I couldn't. Story of my life, no winning for losing. And I moved in with Dan full time. We had never lived full time together. We'd been together on and off since 1985, but I always had my own space. Because truthfully, we have nothing in common except each other and the fact that he cares about me and is a good caretaker, but he loves to gamble and I hate it. But we made compromises and our relationship is imperfectly perfect. And we're doing just fine. But yeah, that's what happened to me. Back on crutches. And then if that wasn't enough, real estate fraud. And I'm going to end that here. This section is 5 years. And I still ask myself why that other dimension that saved my life would let me go through this. But the bottom line is that the kind of fraud I'm talking about, I researched over 100 years in our legal court system, and it cost me so much pain because I was in a severe attack and I could barely speak and I couldn't type. And I had to do all this research because a lawyer tricked me into believing. Sociopaths have no guilt and no conscience. But in Canada, we have a legal system that makes secret filing legal. And therefore, it makes all crimes legal. And nobody believes me what I went through. But it isn't funny what's going on in Canada. This is not going on in every country. You need to understand, this is only Canada. Because these laws of secret filing are over 2,000 years old. And they've been banned in every country but Canada. With a tumor, it set me back 36 years in that condition. This is what happened. And we lost everything. And nobody cared. I put out all that on Facebook. I put out everything that was happening that I discovered onto a separate website on real estate. I put it out on YouTube. And nobody cares. You can be divorced in secret. Title fraud is in secret. Matrimonial home is stolen in secret. Mortgage fraud, and you lose your home in secret, and the police won't lift a finger to help you. Welcome to Canada. And you don't even have the right to be notified. If somebody is murdered, you don't even have the right or access to the file on the criminal investigation. If you've been beaten up as a victim, you don't have the right to that information. Not in Canada. You got to go to court. They say it takes 3 years, but quite frankly, it takes a lot more than that. I was 8 years in court, and there's nothing on file. It never made it to court. And I need you to understand what I'm talking about. So if you're interested, you can read it. Because by the time anybody finds this on YouTube, I'll be long dead, long gone, and all the research will have disappeared. There will be no websites and there will be no Facebook. It will be on Google Docs, but I don't know how you can access that. This is from Google Docs. That's why I typed it up. But I just can't keep going on and on. I can't keep going back into these memories. It's making me sick. So I'm doing the best I can to let you just read it. And you can freeze it, each point, and just read it. And our lakes, all 300, are completely contaminated with blue algae and pollution and pesticide spraying. I tried so hard to get back to my feet. I'd always put on a brave smile, excruciating pain, and don't forget I'm drug-free because I'm chemically hypersensitive. I don't take drugs. That's my favorite picture of Dan. He rescued both me and my mother. That's the last time I was able to go swimming. I couldn't let my head go in the water, although I can swim like a fish because of the pollution and the chemicals in the water. And we have planes that fly over our lakes and dropping jet diesel fumes onto the lakes, and Sea-Doos with their fumes and their gasoline alley toys. And he took me to the swings to get back at least what exercise I could. And I moved in with Dan full time. And I'd read cookbooks with the beautiful pictures to motivate myself. And he'd help me to my feet. But keeping my mother alive was really hard work. And she kept sabotaging all my efforts, including trying to save her from abject poverty and the loss of her estate and the loss of her home. Sorry, but I'm very sick right now. I just got to get through this. That was that 1 year that I was well. 1 year. It's true that okra kept me alive, but the tumor did such permanent nerve damage. I'm never 100% again. I jump around, I'm sorry, but it's just so hard. These are the some of the letters, the replies I got when I tried to warn about canola oil and rapeseed oil. I hope you can read that, because it's all gone from the libraries. All that research, it's been deleted. This is all that's left of the truth. The Washington Post, the ecologist in England sent me information. That's the last time I was able to go out in the fall. I haven't been able to go there in years. We have amazing wilderness trails, but I can't I can't climb the hills. And I take attacks. I start to choke and I paralyze. I met a mother with three children born like me. And she did research with Americans, and she's on a diet similar to mine, except that for the okra. And that little boy, he looked up at me. And I told him that I had lost my ability to read and write. And he'd been diagnosed as autistic, but he wasn't autistic. He simply had my disease. I explained that to his mother. This is all 2013, 2014, before the tumor took the attack. I was, once again, I thought I'd made it, and I'd be okay, and I'd get published. Another foolish dream down the toilet. I tell you the story of a farmer that I met. His pigs wouldn't eat canola oil, and he wondered why. So I drew a little cartoon for him, and I handed it out to the children. I know there are a few of these children that are alive today, and they're not eating canola oil, and they're not going to get my disease. Fred Nelson died. And some of this is hindsight. That's the new Advantage gas mask in 2017, 2 years after the tumor took me down, and we received a notice of public auction, and we were losing our home. My brother had committed estate embezzlement and fraud and took title to all the properties, and in Canada that's legal. But this one is the best. It lasts. It's a special material. It's not activated charcoal. And I include the research from Dr. Jaffe, who wrote to me in 1990, and he helped me understand. They had evidence of my disease to children that were born from alcoholics and drug addicts. But in Canada, if you don't have the right to know what's in your food, then if you have allergies, you'll never get well and you're going to die. And you'll never get any media, and nobody's ever going to hear about you, because that's how we do things in Canada. It's all in secret. What I went through from 2014 to 2019, robbed by my lawyer, my mother robbed by my father, my brother, Trent Faldine, that monster, what he put me through, all that years of work and research into court files, only to discover that as an individual I had no right to sue the government to change any laws, because this is not a democracy. And he knew that right from the start. He just bled me dry. And Doug McIsaac, Dan's brother, he robbed us of over $300,000 while my mother was dying. And he's a member of the Mormon Church, and they rally round him like he's Mr. Wonderful. Yeah, welcome to Canada.
I got 2 mozzarella cheese.
Okay.
Okay.
That was the voice of my...
Hey?
I'm talking on the video. That was Dan McIsaac, still taking care of me. I was forced in just 4 days to give up all the furniture and dishes and clothes, and it went to St. Vincent de Paul. 4 days. Because the social worker lied and said, and my cousins collaborated in the lie. And I'm not going to go into details. It's just another scam that's being done to seniors. They trick you into selling your home, put you in a residence that you can't live in. Because they don't, you have to be self-sufficient, and if you're in a wheelchair, you're not allowed to be there. You got to be able to undress yourself and take care of yourself. And it's between $3,000 and $4,000 a month to be there. And part of it's subsidized by the government. That's right. That's how we do things in Canada. And again, it's legal fraud. I sent all this out to every member of Parliament, all the research, all the evidence, all the documents, but nobody cared. That was my home, my 4-bedroom home in Wasaga Beach that I sold to rescue my mother from poverty in 2008. Looking back, it was a mistake. I should have kept the property. That's what the visions told me. Don't go back to Sudbury and don't help your mother. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't turn my back on her. She was my child. Dysfunctional, psychotic, sabotaged me at every turn, poisoned me every time I turned around. Unbelievable. But true. And today my brother has never been charged with a crime. The police refused to even investigate, and it never made it to court. Now, I have all that evidence on that website, but I put as much as I could up on YouTube. But nobody cares. And this is the estate we lost. The duplex, an 11-plex, and the 4-bedroom house. Now, that was supposed to be entitled in my name, but a previous lawyer, he gave me title to a vacant lot instead. And my brother took title of this because my father had severed the joint tenancy in secret. Like I say, in effect, you are divorced in secret without even having the right to be notified. And she lived with him for 61 years, and it was another 18 years before we even found out the truth. Canadian secret filing laws make crime legal. And nobody cares. And this is the Land Titles Act of 1990 that makes all crime legal in Canadian law. And I sent it out to every media coast to coast, and nobody cared. I spent 18 years at the expense of my own luxury lifestyle, my health, and sacrificed my research work. Just unbelievable, the corruption in Canada. Unbelievable. I'm not proud to be a Canadian. I am proud to have survived it. I've had to fight really hard to get okra. Many times I've run out because I just couldn't get enough publicity on its health benefits. So it's not available regular in Sudbury. At the moment, I have one grocery store who helps me. But for years, it was a nightmare. We'd have to drive out of town to find somewhere where they would have it in their freezer. I'd get a grocer to help me. They'd order it in. I'd have it for 2 years, and then they'd stop ordering it because the company said they didn't have enough customers. I offered to pay them $100 to bring in a shipment. And they did. These websites don't exist anymore. Well, they're temporarily there, but they won't last long. The tumor is still growing now. It's the size of a football. And what it's done is it's caused more nerve damage so that I'm even more allergic than I was before. And foods that are organic are starting to make me sick. And I live in terrible pain and crippling all the time now. I take up to 100 garlic pills, between 100 to 300 a day, just to keep breathing so that I could get this finished. And then if that wasn't enough, in 2018, one of the properties that Dan had been living in for 34 years, an apartment that I had moved into, he took me off the streets. I would have been homeless many times. Anyway, through the neglect from Case Populaire, we wound up infested with mice and rats, and I had to leave. And the John Howard Society that helps prisoners helped me find a place. And it's a terrible place, I'm telling you. And again, I gave away 30-year collection of amazing cookbooks with beautiful pictures of cuisine from all over the world. Well, that was another mistake, because when you're sick and in bed, it was nice to look at those pictures, and they were inspirational to me. But it's all gone. And I've still got way too much. Gowns I'm never going to use because I'm never going to dance again. And I asked these women if I could take their picture. They are my inspiration, because those women will become a victim like me and my mother. And their children will wind up with my disease. And they are my inspiration. That's why I keep fighting to survive, to get this story out to the best of my meager ability. Because I don't write very well. Certainly not well enough to get published. Yes, I put in that story about the pine trees. Happens to be true. They are toxic. Recently, I had a big fight on Facebook over pine trees are toxic. Nobody believed me. And a scientist from the United States came through onto my timeline and backed me up. They do not produce oxygen, and they contaminate the ground. I use many different names. Because of my memory loss, I changed the spelling of my name for the years in which I no longer work for money. And you'll just have to freeze this if you're interested in reading it. But I had to work day and night, again, to make a sentence. I have worked on this autobiography for over 27 years, and it's still not good enough, and I know that. Yeah, that was Vitality magazine in Toronto, and they published a lovely story on okra, and only one person was interested. It's pretty hard to save people who aren't willing to save themselves. Health Canada are murderers. In the final blow, a judge ruled, in the typical misogynist way, that the crimes against my mother and the title theft and estate embezzlement and income tax fraud by my brother was legal. And there are no crimes and no criminal charges will ever be laid. I was robbed of 18 years of my life, our home, and my mother's real estate worth over $1 million. I worked day and night to create those websites, to put all that information and all the evidence and all the documents up there. 8 years I worked on that. And it was all a waste. The whole thing had been a total waste. This isn't written well enough that you can read it easily. I'm sorry about that. But it's just a sample of my okra diet for disease control. And I hope you can read that. Have to do it a little bit at a time. I've tried the organic pastas. The super greens I like the best, but it's not organic. There is organic, and I've switched to all organic. Doesn't mean I'm well. No, I'm not. Every time I eat, I get sick and I pass out. But it doesn't kill me. I live with dying, and I'm dying by inches. Okra must be raw. Red Swiss chard will clean out your organs. Beans are healthy, but they have to be cooked twice to cook the gas off, or you'll get terrible pains and cramps, which I do. Nature's Bounty odorless garlic pills is what keeps me alive every day. I can't use toothpaste anymore to brush my teeth. I go into convulsions. So I use peroxide. Blue cheese is nature's natural antibiotic. Spinach, never, ever, ever eat spinach within an hour of eating dairy. Eat spinach only with vegetables because it will stop all calcium from being absorbed into the body, into your body and into your bones. Now this is the Advantage gas mask, and it is by far the best. Everyone should be in that, not just me. Everyone should have at least a quarter cup of organic yogurt every day. No white sugars. Apple cider vinegar organic. You sprinkle it, have at least a tablespoon every day. No toxic cleaners, bleach, or ammonia. Throw everything out. They're the main cause of brain disease, cancers, and Alzheimer's. No stripped carbohydrates. Fennel, cooked or raw. If you can, get it organic. If you can't, don't touch it. It poisoned me. Ground cinnamon targets belly fat. The only problem is it also chokes me. A 14-year-old in Africa sent me that on Facebook. And it does help because my paralyzing attacks for 5 years were so bad that the white fat and the belly fat had turned to hard like a rock, and it was up in my lungs and choking me. And the cinnamon softened it. And if you're thin, don't use it because it increases your metabolic rate. Frozen fruit and vegetables, organic is the best, because depends on where you are. If you can get it fresh and it's a local farm, okay, but in northern Ontario, by the time it gets here, it's half rotten, and the nutrients have all gone out of them. Fresh produce, pesticide and herbicide free. Well, we've only got one farm within driving distance. And we make it an outing, and we buy as much as we can from them during the months of July and August and September. Chia and flax seeds must be ground. If they're not ground, they will score and damage your bowels. Chia by far works better than flaxseed. But I still have to take Senecot if I eat protein. I block. My bowels are just too damaged. They don't function normally. Organic, skinless, boneless chicken. I don't use breast. It's too boring. I use thighs. Grain-fed veal. No beef. Buffalo is much better. Pork, grain-fed, no antibiotics or drugs, and no liver of any kind unless it's very young and 100% organic, which we cannot get here in Canada. Fish. No cod, pike, or suckerfish of any kind. Sardines, pickerel, rainbow trout, bass, Arctic char, which is an endangered species. Sardines in any oil. Anything but canola. I like the skinless, boneless, and sprinkle of apple cider vinegar. That's my go-to meal once every couple of months. I don't eat a lot of protein. Seafood's hard to digest. I love the scallops and I love shrimp, but I haven't been able to eat that for 3 years. No tuna or large fish. Eggs, organic only. Vegetarian protein burgers are a staple in my diet. But be very careful. If it's a Canadian product, make sure that you phone the manufacturer and get them to confirm that there's no canola oil in it. Now I have a product now that's coming from Israel, and they follow American law. So if you check the source of the country that it's coming from, you can pretty well tell if all the ingredients are on the label. If it's in Canada, the ingredients don't have to be on the label. They might have 6 ingredients and leave out canola oil or leave out a toxic chemical that can trigger Alzheimer's. That's right. There's a bakery in Sturgeon Falls that I haven't been able to go to for 2 years, not since my mother died. She died as a direct result of clindamycin, and I put that out on YouTube already. And I've saved a few hundred lives on that and got people off of it. No white potatoes, because I just don't find that there's anything that beneficial in them, but sweet potatoes are high in vitamin A. Organic oat porridge with fruit is a good breakfast. I use it for supper. Bread, organic sourdough and sprouted is the best. And pasta has to be multigrain, whole wheat, and organic, of course. Rice, brown, black, and red. Now, allergies. If you can, get an Advantage MSA gas mask. That's number 1. Number 2, dust mites. If you can maintain the humidity at 45% or less, they die. I got that from Mrs. Rodale of Rodale Press. She's now also dead, but she sent me that information. Remove all carpeting. I soak in baking soda. When I had skin lesions all over my body, I do not use soap. They were the cause of the lesions. But I'll be honest with you, I haven't been in the bath for a year. I'm just sponge bathing because I'm just too sick to get in the bathtub. The chlorine from the water in the bathtub triggers an attack. I am basically living with dying, of course, as I have done many times before. No hair dyes with ammonia. The bedroom is the most important. You should get a Z-Bed organic mattress. It will protect you from knee and hip surgery and back surgery. Yes, it's true. The sniff test. If you can smell it, it is toxic. Stable plastic and vinyl carpeting do not smell. Same with clothes. Don't use toxic fabric cleaning softeners in the wash. The vast majority of our diseases were being systemically poisoned. Acrylic is especially dangerous for babies, and many have died because of acrylic. And misdiagnosed with sudden death syndrome in their cribs, but in fact, it was the acrylic. And mold, of course, is really deadly. And that research, much of that is on Google now. I sent everything out to every health group there is in North America, Europe, and Israel. And some have published some small portions of it. I just have a really hard... I got Dr. Oz to stop promoting canola oil, but I couldn't get him to promote okra. You should all be in a gas mask when driving, unless you have an electric vehicle. And I don't know why companies are so stupid as to take winter outside cold air, run it through the heater, and then warm it up in summer. Take outside hot air and run it through the heater to cool it down. Through the air conditioner. Stupid. We don't have to build vehicles like that. Hopefully 200 years from now you're going to be smarter. If you take an allergic attack of toxic shock syndrome, don't lie down. Pace, pace, pace. Just keep moving. As painful as it is, keep moving. And it'll help to keep you alive and pull you out of the attack slowly until you can get okra into you. And then you can safely detox by eating about 20 raw okra to flush all the toxins from your brain and your body. And you can't live on doing that every day. So you have to get yourself on a diet for disease control. Now, kombucha and other products claim they detox, but they only made me really sick, so beware of that. That's research that was done on the dance next to cross-country skiing. There's nothing better than cross-country skiing to reverse all forms of disease and control Parkinsonism. But dancing in clean air conditioned rooms, providing the people don't have COVID-19 and a virus. I know quite a few people reverse their heart disease through dance. Now I have to separate my food groups. Fruit is one group, vegetables is one group, protein, meat, eggs, veggie burgers, anything made with soya and dairy is a food group. Carbohydrates is a food group. But what I didn't know is that oil is not a carbohydrate. And I wound up going on a diet that was so removed of oil that it was actually toxic. Your body needs some oil to function. So a tablespoon of olive oil a day is really important. I still don't know why that other dimension has saved me. I just know I did the best I could. God's loving caresses in the wind for a few moments in time is the only way I can feel well. It doesn't last long, but it's beautiful when I have it. I am your canary. I am a bubble woman. Our fish all have cancer tumors now. Yep, 300 lakes, northern Ontario. This is vast wilderness, and it's all contaminated. Our native people have no clean water, and our society doesn't care. I am not happy to have survived to see the destruction of this planet. Yeah, my brother's children got $150,000 despite their collaboration in the fraud. Welcome to Canada. I'm just railing in flashbacks, and this is just so painful for me. You can freeze it and read it. Frankly, I don't give a damn anymore. I'm just so burned out. It's all lost. Everything's lost. I'm a total failure. April 2009, I was just started to get well, and then I was poisoned for several months, and I was in stomach convulsions so bad I wanted to die. It turned out it was Monsanto's Roundup in Quaker Oats cereals. It's banned now in the United States and in Europe, but not in Canada. That's how corrupt. You see how Canada collaborated with the Nazis in 1933. That's right, 1933. I am a warrior. A man took this picture of me because he said, Trudy, you are a warrior. That's the Racco, the bubble mask. I flew to New York in that. Thanks to the executives of MSA in Pittsburgh. This is my last gown that I made on a 50s style. I made it in 2017. And I'll never sew like that again. And I'll never be able to dance like that again. And I'll never be able to do capriole and then 5 kilometers and take the high hills again, but I've got them all on video. And then later we discovered Walden. I don't have happy memories of Christmas, so I don't celebrate them anymore. I pretended to for a long time just for my mother's sake. I love my Advantage gas mask and the freedom it gives me, and I am forever grateful to Americans and the MSA. I've been in a gas mask now since 1986. That's another of my collages that I love. I always said a picture is worth 1,000 words. But I have a lot of really nice videos. I've got over 500 videos on YouTube. Some are of dancing and some are of skiing. Every time I could get to my feet, I would either dance or I'd ski or I'd do something. Yeah, that's my life. 2010 we had ice storms, and so I bought snowshoes with ice picks. As long as I can get out in the cold, life is beautiful. But you see, the tumor was already starting, only I didn't know it. Brian McLaughlin, a hermit who lives in our far northern wilderness, a man that I deeply admire, and we became friends on Facebook. It's through him that I discovered that Facebook, the day I die, I will disappear, and everything I have on Facebook will disappear. His story, everything. I am so upset that I didn't know that. I would have put it on YouTube for him. But he's gone. And it's as if he never lived and he never existed. Everything about him has completely disappeared. It's just so sad. I don't know why Facebook has to be so mealy-mouthed and mean to do that to people. What's wrong with leaving their stories on Facebook? Why do you have to destroy us? Google doesn't do that. It doesn't cost you anything to leave it there. God, I hate Zuckerman. He took me walking. This is 1 year ago, before COVID-19. I stopped dancing because people are so ignorant. I was getting bronchitis and lung infection. They'd go to the dances sick. That's what I'm like when I'm in the snow. I get very hot and I just love the cold. And this was January 2020. I had gone into isolation in October, long before anybody else did, in 2019. I knew that something terrible was coming and that I was going to die soon. I've known for 2 years. And I made that outfit because I couldn't get into my regular ski outfits. And I was just too hot. March 27th, 2020. We're now in quarantine, COVID-19. And I finally had the one day where I could run up the hill. I had reversed the attack from the Monsanto's Roundup that took me down for over a year. And I fought all the viruses, and I've had bronchitis 3 times. And that's not from outside. That's because I went shopping at Walmart. And then I got diesel from the trains and I took an attack. Day in and day out. Every minute of every day, I risked my life. Of course, I tried to warn people about the virus, COVID-19, but nobody would believe me. So I created a page on YouTube, on Facebook, COVID-19 News, because eventually, when I know, the world will know, and they won't need me. So I'm not going to cover that in too much detail. And I have just one video to share that I'm going to add, and it will be the end. And it will be about the death of George Floyd and the black community. Now, I sent them information to try to help them in Canada, to make them understand that to get any change, they have to get secret filing banned. And one man who was more interested in getting money from the government for the death of his son was insulted by the fact that I questioned and tried to tell him that that just wasn't possible in Canada. So they blocked me. And I got banned. But that's okay. They're too sick. They don't know any better. I get visions, and today I woke up with vision that I need to appeal to Black African Canadians. I know that there is a situation in this country that you have no way of ever finding out about. It took me till I was 75, and I have been a human rights activist, rights for all races, all children, all men, all women, anti-fraud laws, spousal rights, women's rights. There is nothing that I didn't fight for, and there is nothing I didn't put my mouth to and my money, and I failed. Because we have secret filing laws in this country, and it's not a democracy. Now, I have tried to reach white Canada all my life, because they're the ones who had the power, or so I thought. But I don't have much time left. I'm 78. I'm dying by inches. That's a story I'm not going to go into. It's on YouTube. It's on Facebook. If you're interested, you can look it up. My biography is on Google Docs on Facebook called Rights for All. You can look that up. But what I want to do in a nutshell is warn you blacks in Canada. Educate your children. Our political system is not the same as the United States. We watch too much American TV. And you won't find out about the truth through a lawyer. Been there, done that. All they did was rob me. Now listen to me, please. Take a look. I was white privileged, beautiful, genius, well-educated, made all kinds of money. And I wound up on the streets homeless more than once because of a disease that there is no cure and no treatment, called Parkinsonism. And it's caused by Health Canada. And I fought for the right to know what's in our food for children with allergies like me, and I failed. Nobody's listening and nobody cares. But here's what you need to know. As an individual, all the marching up the streets won't do a thing to change anything in Canada. Yes, it can in the United States because their political system is not secret. But in Canada, you can be raped by a policeman, which I was. You can be robbed of your home, which I was. You can be divorced in secret, which my mother was. You can have a false mortgage that robs you of your home. Anyone can put title to your property in real estate anywhere in Canada but Saskatchewan. And the police will not lift a finger to help you because secret filing is a Roman law, 2,000 years old, and it's so criminal it is banned in every country but Canada. Now, as a black person, you need to make sure your children understand this is not a political system in which they can win a lawsuit against the government. No individual in law in Canada has the right to sue the government for anything. No. Only a member of parliament can change the law. No lawyer, but they won't tell you that. You see, a lawyer didn't lie to me, and he took $70,000 off of me. I gave him $10,000 to fight Sudbury police for beating up a young man and causing brain damage. And I gave him that money so that he would get publicity. Because otherwise, all the victims of all the crimes in Canada, they are invisible. Our Native people, they are invisible. And you black people, listen to me. I was asked to be the first woman stockbroker on Bay Street by a Jewish man who had to hire a man with the name of Davidson to get a stock, to be allowed to have a seat on the stock exchange because Jews weren't allowed a seat on the stock exchange in Ontario. You need to know that our laws are criminal and secret filing has to be banned and full transparency, whether it's the police or a victim of fraud. You have to at least have the right to be notified that you're being robbed. Now listen to me. Train your children. Spread the word across Canada to your community. Secret filing is legal in Canada. Our court system is legally completely corrupt. No lawyer will change the law. No individual has the right to sue the government to change the law. So don't spend 78 years like I did, barking up against a wall and not knowing what the laws were. And I was well educated. I was a real estate agent. And I didn't know that anybody could put their name on title. And yeah, you can be divorced in secret in this country. If you're married, they can sever joint tenancy on the matrimonial home. And if you're a husband, you might have a right. But if you're a wife, there is no spousal right for you. except in Saskatchewan. That's the law. And when you die, an executor has the right to take ownership title to everything you own and sell it without even notifying the heirs in secret. Do you see what I'm trying to tell you? So if you want equality and you want justice, you have to go after the law of secret filing and get it banned. And don't trust any member of parliament to say they'll help you. I have spent all kinds of money in the last several years writing to every media coast to coast, to every member of parliament coast to coast, to every legal blog coast to coast, to every federal member of parliament and every leader of every political party in Canada. Doug Ford promised to do something about secret filing because it is so unjust, it's criminal, and I proved it, and I have the evidence. And when he got in power, he forgot I existed. Jamie Weston in Canada, in Sudbury, Ontario, same thing. So I voted for him. But he lied. He did nothing. So no lawyer, no protest, nothing works. You have to become members of parliament and you have to take over the parliament. And you got to ban secret filing laws. And you got to make sure you vote for somebody black who's not greedy and not selfish, who's going to decide, oh, I'm going to use the system to make myself rich like Brian Mulroney did. Okay? Don't trust anybody. Make sure the person that you are going to educate understands that what you're educating them for is to get legal justice, to get secret filing banned. And once secret filing is banned and there's full transparency, you have a right to access to all the files. You have the right to be notified before the fraud is committed. You suddenly have all kinds of rights that you don't have right now. And the truth is, you already have those rights in the United States. But the blacks didn't know how to educate their children well enough to know that the only way they're going to get justice is they have to do what I'm talking about. They have to become politicians. They have to become members of Congress. And they have to take over all of the House committees. It's the only way. Legally, it's the only way. And if they're smart, you'll ban those stupid gun laws. Don't get me started on that one, Trudi. Be quiet. And I'm going to share with you, as a white privileged Canadian, that I was brutalized, tortured, held hostage, repeatedly anal raped. Police wouldn't investigate. My father divorced my mother in secret with severance. She lost the matrimonial home and half the rights to the estates without even the right to be notified. So you see, that's the same as divorce. If you go to divorce, you get half of everything. The only difference in Canada, you can do it in secret and you don't find out until the spouse dies. Married 61 years and she winds up at 95 to discover she doesn't own anything that she thought she owned. And that was decades after he was already dead. But my brother knew, so he put his name on title to everything. And he did that without our having the right to be notified. So he embezzled the estate funds, took all the money, committed fraud, income tax fraud, and he got away with it. Police wouldn't even lay a charge. They wouldn't even investigate. So his crime, well, I don't stay silent. It's on Facebook, it's on website, and it's on YouTube. Not that anybody gives a shit. I had the opportunity of a lifetime to be the first woman stockbroker on Bay Street. But I've never been about money. I've always been about rights for all. So I turned it down because I said it's like betting on the horses. And I didn't want to be responsible for anyone losing their money. Was that a smart decision? No, it wasn't. But I thought this was a democracy. And I really thought that I could get human rights for the children and for against child abuse and the priests raping boys. And I left the church when I was 13. I don't pray to anything born on the planet. I want you to know. You pray to who you want. I pray to God of the universe. If it didn't create the universe, I don't get on my knees to it. Nothing born on the planet. No thanks. I don't worship anything born on the planet. And because of my gypsy at heart, even though I'd been crippling since I was 6 years old, I was a gifted dancer. And I very quickly became friends with the Jamaican and the Trinidadian community in Toronto. Love the music. I gotta move. Love the drums. Steel drums. Bongo drums. Anything. They used to joke and say to me, Trudy, you sure you don't got some black blood in you? I even researched my own history to find out if there was. No. Sorry, there isn't. I don't know where it comes from. Because no one in the family, in the 400 years of history that I researched into my family tree, is anything like me. I am gifted at hypnogenetic imagery analysis. That means I can research anything. Even now I could research real estate if I wanted to, and I know where you could make money and where you're going to lose money, and I can, for me that's not even a vision. I do get visions. I'm not going to talk about that here, but that's on my autobiography. But yeah, but I was never about making money. All I cared about was human rights. To at least get some human rights before I die. To leave the world a better place before I die. And I'm going to die soon, so that's not going to happen. So I'm appealing to the black community to please know I'm not just some white broad. I met and fell in love with a beautiful black man, a lawyer. I'm not sure the year, somewhere between 1964 when I met Elizabeth Taylor. And I'm name dropping, but see, that's the circles I ran in. And it didn't save me from a fate worse than death, so get ready. And I was trained as a model that if I didn't look good, I wouldn't be hired. So I had incredible opportunities. I'm very sick. I can't walk today. I haven't been outside in 2 months. I'm in quarantine for the rest of my life. I've lived in a gas mask 34 years, but I have to pretty myself up for you. Because if I look ugly, you're not going to like me. Probably won't like me anyway, but at least I try. Yeah. And on the other hand, I do it for me. I don't like to look at myself ugly and sick. So I pretty myself up. So as I'm talking to you, I'm talking to me. Yes, that lawyer, he was so beautiful. When I think of him, I get goosebumps. And his parents loved me. And I don't know why. I couldn't understand why. It didn't make any sense to me. My parents don't love me. But I'd already seen too much. And I said to him, I can't talk about this in front of your parents. I don't want to hurt them. So we went to somewhere, I'm not sure. Might have been the steps of the Parliament. It's like a dream, or Osgoode Hall, or somewhere in the park of Toronto University. I'm not sure. But I know that it was near downtown. And I can't even tell you his name because I lost all memory at the age of 42. And I have little flashback memories. I have traumatized memories. Some good, some bad, and some extremely brutal. And I can't go there because my brain goes into a freeze, psychic freeze, if I even think about the brutality and the violence that I was a victim of. And I explained to him, if you marry me, your career is doomed. Our racism isn't like Americans. We don't stick a gun in your face and shoot you. We're very quiet about it. We just make sure you don't get the job. We make sure you don't get the career. We make sure you don't make the money. We make sure your children don't get the education or the grants. They sabotage you. They will destroy you. I watched a brilliant musician lose his career because he dared to marry a white woman. And do you think that that marriage lasted? No, of course not. Not that I ever thought that he or his parents would abandon me. And I told him, I said, I'm saying no because I love you. Now you go to a Baptist church. And I'd spent a lot of time in the Baptist church. I even once wrote a little book on Queen Charlotte so that black children would know that there was black blood in the royals and that they had something to be proud of. They weren't all born slaves and they weren't all born in poverty. Why did I think that was important? You should have seen the look on those children's faces when they read that book. I made them very happy. I bounce around. I'm sorry. But I told him, you marry a black girl that's religious, preferably Baptist, works in the community of the black community, in the church, and you will have as powerful a career as a black lawyer as possible in Ontario. But if you dare to marry a white girl, your parents will suffer, your career will suffer, and your children will suffer. And he promised me he would marry a black girl. I said, there's many, many beautiful black women. Take your time. You will find one that's worthy of your love. To this day, if things had been different and I'd been married to a lawyer, would my life have been different? No. He would have had to have been a member of Parliament to get done what I needed to get done at the federal level to bring equal rights laws and ban secret filing. But I didn't go after that because I wasn't educated to know that those laws existed. It took a woman in Newfoundland, St. John's, to tell me that, and I was 75 years old when I found it out. And you know what? She's white, she's privileged, she's a published author, and she wouldn't lift a finger to do anything about the law. My current lawyer, when we first met, he's an older man, he didn't see anything wrong with it. I said, oh yeah? Supposing your daughter married someone like my father, and she is with 2 children, and he severs the joint tenancy, and your daughter has worked her butt off so that they have amassed this real estate fortune worth millions of dollars. And when he dies, 18 years later, she finds out that the severance has left her with properties that she thought she owned. She took her life savings and she renovated the properties, and she didn't own them, and she had no way of getting her money back. And that half the money was left to somebody else. It doesn't even have to be a member of the family. How would you feel? It's your daughter. She's been divorced in secret. Do you see my point? I upset him. He didn't answer me. And we've never talked about it again. The only thing he said to me was, I've done a lot of severance in secret. And that never occurred to me. I said, why would it? You weren't educated to think about the consequences of your actions. The majority of lawyers don't even know that it's legal. And the ones that do, they just do it. They don't think twice about it. Do they research the law to find out that it was banned in England 100 years ago? In fact, it was banned by King Charles II. Only it didn't come into law for some reason. It got omitted and overlooked. So when England took over Canada, French law went out the window and in came British law, which is Roman law. There's no such thing as British law. It's all Roman law. And in 1925, England banned secret filing. And in 1989, the Saskatchewan law came into effect that fully protects spousal rights, that fully protects your right to all information. Secret filing is completely banned. And although the police are doing a very good job of killing natives up there in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, they can't do it in secret. It gets made public. Not that there's a charge laid against them. They don't go to jail. Yeah. Welcome to Canada. That's my world. So please, Black, African, Canadians, hear what I'm saying to you. Educate your children. Become members of Parliament and go after the law. It's the only way you're ever going to get justice here. The parliamentary system is not a democracy because once the party leader becomes the prime minister, one man calls the shots. And nobody, not even a member of Parliament, can bring him down. You think about that. And you start to understand the political system in which you live. The police, I'm not saying there wasn't the occasional decent policeman who did what he could to help me. Wasaga Beach, Sergeant Lake, Chief of Police, Collingwood, helped me get a 16-year-old boy out of jail that was there illegally on trumped-up charges. Yeah, he was a young black boy, guilty of nothing. Didn't make the media. But in Toronto, all that violence that I endured, held hostage, no police would lift a finger. My disease was caused by canola oil and Canadian food. I got my memory back through raw okra, not cooked. It rejuvenates the brain cells. And then I had to relearn how to speak. I had to relearn how to make a sentence. And that took me 20 4 years. And I did it for rights for all. I didn't consider just blacks, just whites, just children, just women, just natives. I have lived and died my life, rights for all. But especially right now, with what's going on, and the evidence of what's going on with racism in Canada, or the lack of evidence. Secret filing is your enemy. Canadian legal court system is your enemy. Canadian parliamentary political system is your enemy. And guide yourself accordingly. And God of the universe, my prayer to you is, may you, just one person out there, do what I failed to do and get full transparency, the right to know legislation, right to know what's in your food, the right to know when somebody is committing fraud in your home, the right to know that the severance is being done. And when it comes to the matrimonial home, be kind. Do what Saskatchewan did. Look at Saskatchewan laws. That's really where you want to go. And I have all that on YouTube. My websites will die when I die, and Facebook will disappear the day I die. Like that. So I spent 22 years, no, 24, to get all that evidence. And my only hope was YouTube. So I'm leaving this with you now. There is hope. But you have a dangerously low immune system from the decades of poverty and bad diet and being poisoned. And that is the one thing. I may not look black, but my immune system is like yours. And you are dying. Blacks are dying 50 to 70% greater than whites. And I'm in that category because we have the same immune deficiency in us. The reason I wound up with it this way is much different than yours, perhaps. But truthfully, not really. Because mine was caused by being poisoned as a child, air, food, and water and beverages, and canola oil, and bad diet. I was raised by very ignorant, covert narcissistic parents. Look it up. They're very dangerous. Every person who's in a corporation like Monsanto and Bayer and Gulf Oil, they're all sociopathic, narcissistic, covert narcissistic, because they're very clever. You don't realize they're your enemy. So yes, I love you all. And may the Creator choose at least one of you. That's all I'm asking. One person could make a difference. I got gas mask equipment for the military, for the men in the mines, and the firemen. I don't get credit for it. I don't ask for credit for it. Whenever I do something, I do it from my heart and from my soul. And when I lost all my money and was left to die on the streets, I made a vow I would never work for money again as long as I lived. And if I have to starve, I will starve. But I'm not starving. 2 men in AA rescued me off the streets. One died. We will meet in the hereafter, and the other is still with me today. He's doing all the shopping. He's wearing a gas mask that I created. Oh yes, something else. You can make a gas mask that will protect you as well as others. It has to be water resistant. And that's on my YouTube channel. Look it up. And if you're really going to consider others, make sure that it's clear so that the deaf can lip read, and that the rest of the fabric is water resistant. Nylon, lycra, water resistant. You spit on the fabric, and if it doesn't go through, it will 100% protect you. And the minute you get in, you take it off, you dump it in soap for 30 minutes. Never mind the 1 minute. I put it in soap for 30 minutes. And there is a filter that you can buy, a MERV 11 dust furnace filter. Just cut it and stick it in the gas mask has to have an envelope for that. But yeah, you can be protected. Now, you can't use the filter if you have a clear face, but because it's plastic and only breathing is going to be on the outside, you don't need a filter because it's not going to come through. And how do I know that about material? Well, I was not just a dancer, and I was bloody gifted, let me tell you. I had men who had danced with Rita Hayworth, and they said I was just like her. I had a gypsy in my soul. But because of the paralyzing attacks, I couldn't make it to Broadway. Oh yes, I was asked to be on Broadway. I was that good. In the middle of rehearsals, I took a paralyzing attack. Bang, fell to the floor on the stage like a stone. They had to carry me out. And a Jamaican family took me home. They were Seventh-day Adventists, and they took care of me. They thought I'd had some kind of drug overdose. But I didn't drink because drinking affected me in such a bad way that I couldn't dance. And the only time I could breathe, I'm 5 years old, and I couldn't breathe. 3 o'clock in the morning, I'd put on my snowsuit and go out and roll around in the snow so I could breathe and bring down the pain. I live with pain beyond anything you can imagine. And I do it without drugs. I'm 36 years clean and sober. And I have developed a diet for disease control that will save millions of children 200 years from now from my disease. And I know that. It doesn't concern me who believes me or not. Because it will happen. And all that matters is that I've done what I was supposed to do. But yes, they took me home, and I went on a Seventh-day Adventist diet from 1966 until 1984. But it didn't save me. And that lovely young man, when I had blood dripping down my legs in 1984, and he took me to North York. He was from Jamaica. He was black. I don't know why they liked me so much. My own family left me on the streets to die. And this young black man rescues me. And he took me to the hospital in North York, and this white female bitch took one look at me and said she's not bleeding enough to die. And he did the same thing. He did some kind of a poultice, I don't know what. And I was 75 when I found out it was canola oil all along. And the toxic chemicals in food. Anyway, I'm begging you. Fight for democracy. Marching's not good enough. Educate your children. Tell them the truth that I was denied, the truth that Canadians, the ones that know about it, and believe me, hundreds of thousands know about it. Every lawyer, almost, not all, but most know about it. And right now, every member of parliament sitting knows about it because I sent it to them not once, not twice, but dozens of times. And I have to end this because I'm going to get sick. Crying makes me sick. Anger makes me well. It triggers adrenaline. I'm not saying violence. No. I use anger. I use my rage to fight back, to survive. When I stop being angry, I stop caring. When I stop being angry, I stop eating. And I don't care if I die. And right now, I've lost my will to live because I don't see any future for anyone. I see 3 more pandemics on the way because the wet markets are never going to shut down. I see 5 years before half the population is taking a vaccine and the other half don't give a shit. So you're never going to get rid of the diseases that it's causing until it becomes law and everybody has to get a vaccine. And you try doing that in this age of, I have rights. Because society has gone mad with greed and selfishness and they just don't care. They don't care who they infect. They don't care who they kill. Yeah, it's murder. Again, covert murder. You see? And the victims are invisible. Anyway, enough of my ramblings. I love you, and may the creator of the universe shine upon you and your nation and all races. And no, you won't get peace be with you out of me. Fuck that shit. Fight back. Not with guns. Become members of parliament. Take over the political system. And bring democracy worldwide. That's my prayer for you, is that you have the courage and the will to get the financing, to get your children the proper education they need to survive. And they will survive. Because if I can, my immune system is your immune system. And I've come this far. I'm not saying you all have to live in a gas mask. But I am saying you're going to have to live your life differently. And fight. Don't ever give up. Keep on fighting. And remember me. I fought for you. So I want you to fight for yourselves. God bless.